Hey everybody. We're here for the second time today. Where are you from? Where's everybody from? Tell me in the chat. Thank you so much for showing up again after yesterday's scrub. It was a hydraulic pin. Who would have thought? They hopefully fixed it overnight. We filmed them while they were doing it. It should be an easy thing. Everything looks green right now. The weather is way better than it was yesterday. Richard, one of our photographers, there goes the train of where everybody's from. It's incredible every time. If you want to realize that this is a global hobby, just take a look at all the different locations that are racing through the chat right now. It's everywhere. It's everybody and everywhere, and it's all the countries in the world, and everybody's tuning in when SpaceX is trying to launch another Starship. Flight 12, ship 39, booster 19, not 18. I always want to say 18, but 18 didn't make it, unfortunately. Yeah, and yesterday we went to an Odyssey. I feel 10 years older today after yesterday's 40-second hold craziness, which I think they stopped it 5 times, 4 times, 5 times. It was insane. And they kept on going, and then they reset it, and the countdown started running again, 39, 38, down to 35 or so, and it jumped back to 40. And they had several issues. They had a problem with the SQD arm, and then they needed to vent the SQD arm, and then they had a problem with the hydraulic pin that keeps the ship quick disconnect arm. If we can just switch to the live camera real quick so that I can show everybody. There it is. So you see that black arm in the middle of the tower? That is the ship quick disconnect arm. It is there to fuel the Starship. And that thing did not want to retract. There's a hydraulic pin somewhere on the tower. There were actually some people on X who were really quick to post a picture of the pin on Tower 1. I honestly don't even know where that pin on Tower 2 is on the new tower. We'll investigate, and I'll show you on the next episode, likely with Elliot's animation to show exactly where it is and how it works. But that pin did not want to retract. And if that pin doesn't retract, the arm cannot retract. So SpaceX, even though everything was ready, the rocket was green, the pad was green, everything was fine, there is an animation of the SQD arm, exactly. And the thing is there to fuel the Starship, which it had already done though. So everything was fine, everything was perfect. The ship was fully fueled, the booster was as well. But if that arm cannot swing out of the way, you cannot think about launching the rocket. And so this little metal pin caused the disaster yesterday. It's to be expected though. Anybody who knows something about Starship knows that this flight is very special. If you don't have much insight into this, let me just give you a quick rundown of what we are seeing here. It's almost like Flight 1, the first time that SpaceX ever launched a Starship, because almost everything about this rocket is different than it was on the last flight, on Flight 11. We have a version 3 Starship upper stage and booster. We have a completely redesigned pad. We have a completely a wildly different Raptor 3 engine, even though it's just called Raptor 3, and that's a little difference to Raptor 2. If you see them side by side, it's incredible how much work has gone into version 3, which is supposed to be the pivotal point at which SpaceX can actually start running Starship launches more regularly and maybe even deploy payloads and all the things that they still need to do for NASA, for the HLS Starship, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of changes, and when there are a lot of changes, you see what we saw yesterday. I fully expected some problems, but I didn't expect it to be such a hard racing thing 30, 40 seconds prior to T-0. That was a thriller. It was absolutely amazing to watch. So, Cris, if you want to join in and let's reflect on what we saw yesterday and what SpaceX is going through here. It's just incredible to see every time.
Hello, everybody. First of all, nice to see you again. Yeah, yesterday, as you already said, it was really quite a thriller what we got there. Going back to the 40-second mark over and over again really
It's
felt
crazy.
quite straining. Yeah, but then on the other hand, we pretty much saw that the rocket and the tank farm and everything that is really like the vital stuff worked. And it
Good
all
point.
came down to that one little pin. I mean, little is probably also an understatement. It's probably quite a huge piece of metal, but still, it's yeah, it's just this one piece, that one needle that had to be pulled out, and then we would have been going. And so I have a really, really good feeling that we will really see this thing go up in the sky today.
Yeah, they've like I said earlier, they fixed it tonight, and then during the night they work through the night as typical SpaceX. They don't wait for long. They don't roll it back to the mega bay and inspect the pad, and then in 3 weeks we're going to see another attempt. They do this through the night. The rocket just stayed on the pad, and now the tank farm, as you can see, is already spooling up again. It's the same routine as yesterday. We're 2 hours and 23 minutes away from the launch window beginning, which is the same length as it was last night. 1 hour and 30 minutes is the time that SpaceX has to launch the rocket. Yesterday, we actively saw that this gives them the time to hold and reassess things and so on and so forth. But at some point, time runs out. The 40-second mark that we failed at yesterday, basically, they can keep this there for like 10 minutes or so, and then that's it. And that's what we saw. But as you said, everything else worked. And today the weather is way better than it was yesterday. Richard did a comparison. He took a picture yesterday morning and he took a picture this morning in exactly the same spot viewing the rocket. Yesterday's picture was storm clouds almost. It looked very, very bad. This morning, clear skies. So as you can see, there's nothing there. The sky might look a little grayish in the background, but that's just the camera. It's blue skies. There's no cloud. Weather is 85% favorable. That's at least what SpaceX said. So that's way better than yesterday. It was 55% yesterday. So everything else shouldn't be a big problem today. And they've run
Yep.
through.
I
Yeah.
really hope that we actually don't really see the pushback that we had yesterday as well, because they obviously did it because of the weather, and very rightfully so, because it really improved a lot in that last hour. Yeah, but today everything's just go.
Yeah. And we're here again. We're waiting for SpaceX to come online. For anybody who hasn't watched with us yet, our the way we do this at Y is that as soon as before SpaceX comes online, that's the time where you can ask questions. So if you have a question you want me to answer, write hashtag question, and then what you want me or anybody else on the team, you can ask questions to anybody, and we'll answer them. We'll answer as many as we can. We will take if you want to there will be a lot of questions coming in, normally so many that we can't, even if we speed talk the entire time, we can't answer all of them. So if you want to bump yourself up in that list connected to a super chat, we will prioritize those because it's essential funding for us. And so if you do decide to give us some coffee money, you go all the way up in that list, and we'll work through them as quick as we can. We do this until SpaceX comes online, and at that point I normally become very quiet. I say a few things in between when SpaceX doesn't say anything, but we're here to watch this together, and SpaceX's information is mostly more current than what we do, even though we're very, very well informed. So we normally let SpaceX talk, and like I'll fill the coast phase with more questions and things that we saw and so on and so forth. But it's mainly as soon as SpaceX comes online, it's mainly about their stream, and we just enjoy it together. That said, we already have more than 4,000 people tuning in again early here for the launch, because SpaceX will come online in an hour and 50 minutes. So if you haven't done so yet, it's very important for us. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. If you're a rocket nerd and you love everything that SpaceX does and all the others do, become a patron or a channel member, because there are a lot of extras you get. You get all our picture galleries, you get ad-free episodes, you get talks with me. There's a private chat in Patreon where you can basically message me every day, just please not at night. So you get a very, very direct access to the team. You get access to our Discord server and so on and so forth. There are links to our merch store under this stream, and under every video on our channel. You can check out our t-shirts and everything. All of the funding goes into the team and into what we do here every day. That being said, shoot out your questions. As soon as we have a few, I'll start answering. We already have one person who did a super chat. Let me just put him on screen real quick here. Let me see if I can push the right button. And I pushed it again. Thank you. Hey Felix, so this is Rob Trike. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey Felix, no 40-second recycle tonight. That was too exciting. I thought you were going to explode. It is. When I was done with the live stream and I had everything shut down and I went downstairs to my wife, it was it was like a thriller. It's I had goosebumps and my pulse was racing during those 40-second recycles. It's I'm very emotional about this stuff, and so yeah, it was something. I really hope we're not going to see that today, but yeah. It's everything about this rocket is new. We're going to go through a few animations here in a minute as well, so that I can tell you a few, or we can tell you a little bit about the differences of this rocket, because it is vastly different from what we've seen before, and that yeah, that can cause trouble. And we'll see what happens today. But like I said, everything looks good right now. SpaceX is tracking, and we're 2 hours and 18 minutes away. So here we go. We've got the first few questions. You want to just let me just real quick. Here we go. There's the next one. Evan Spector 8868. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question. Great, great hair, Felix. Ever since the shuttle, I've been freaked out by reusing a heat shield, but fascinated by firing engines during reentry. Could Starship ever do this to reduce tile strain? Cris, the goatee works. Cris, the goatee works. Yeah, we're both goatees. The thing is, yes, you could, absolutely. You could use the engines to basically get rid of all the energy that you use to get into orbit. But the more you do this, the less payload you have. Propellant weighs, and the rocket needs to lift that propellant up into space as well. And so the Starship does a deorbit burn, but that is just there. That's just a small ignition of one single engine, just to lower the orbit enough to dip into the atmosphere and to make the atmosphere do the rest of the deceleration. That's why the Starship needs a heat shield. And they're quick, 26,000, 28,000 kilometers per hour, something like that is low Earth orbital speed. It is really, really fast. And they need to get rid of all of this to land the rocket. It needs to be at 0 at some point, because it's really bad for the rocket if you hit the ground at 28,000 kilometers per hour. It's 17,000 miles per hour. It is insanely fast. And they do this with friction in the atmosphere, meaning that the rocket dips into the atmosphere, and as soon as there is any sort of friction, the rocket starts slowing down. And that's basically how SpaceX decelerates that upper stage, and that's what makes it so difficult. So the problem really is, if you want to use the engines to shed some energy on the upper stage, or even if you want to do it like a Falcon 9 booster, which uses the engines as a heat shield against that re-entry heat that a Falcon 9 booster endures, it fires engines, and its engines for the deceleration, and the engine plume basically builds a heat shield around the aft section of the booster. It works great, but every time you do that, you reduce your payload. And SpaceX doesn't want to reduce the payload. They want to have every kilo, every pound that they can as usable payload. And so they're designing something that won't need this, which isn't easy. So yes, they could, absolutely, but they do not want to. And that's the goal. The goal is to have this use the heat shield as much as possible. That's why they designed the upper stage like this as well, with the flaps skydiving through the atmosphere, shedding as much energy as possible, just gliding, or not even gliding, just sinking through the atmosphere and shedding as much energy as possible. Just in the very last moment, the Starship swings around and actually does its landing burn. That happens at 600 meters in height above the ground, so really, really low above the ground. It starts actually swinging around and adjusting its attitude so that it can be caught by the sticks at some point. That happens very late in the flight. So yeah, they could absolutely use the engines, but they do not want to. They want to use the heat shield for every single bit of deceleration needed, and that's the goal. And that makes it really, really hard. Okay, we have, wow, you guys have so many questions already. Thank you so much. We have outdoor adventure craft. Do you want to do this one, Cris?
Yep, I'm launching my hot dog stand this weekend. Can you give Russell's Montreal style steamies a happy launch shout out? Hey, shout out to Russell's Montreal style steamies.
You really are? That's amazing. Good luck with that. Thank you so much for the super chat, and we hope that you're going to have many, many spaceflight fans who want to buy a hot dog from you. That's very good. Okay, next up we have Launarlami01 Aviation. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question. Hello from Northern Germany. What are the Launarlami? All right, I couldn't do it better the second try. Hello from Northern Germany. What are the plans for the upcoming 10 or so flights? A lot of, well, it depends on this flight. If this flight works, this is going to compress SpaceX's timeline so much because their goal right now is to, first of all, get Starship to deploy payload, because then it starts paying for itself and it's not a money sink, which it is right now. Every launch costs SpaceX money. Everything that they build at Starbase costs SpaceX money, and Starship doesn't bring any money yet, none whatsoever, or very, very little. I think they do have 2 launch contracts at this point for Starship, but that's basically just decoration. They just wanted to have 2 contracts so that they can work towards this, and that probably gave them a little bit of money, but it will not pay for Starship, for the Starship program. What pays for it right now is Starlink, and Starship's use case largely is also going to be Starlink, and further down the line, the AI satellites that SpaceX is planning. So they wanted to create money. For that, they needed to deploy payload. For that, they need the system to work and be reusable. And the next big thing is HLS, NASA's moon landing ambitions, and Starship is directly tied to it. So they're supposed to land astronauts on the moon. And if version 3 works out, the next 10 flights are going to be exactly that. Payload deployments, making sure that all the systems for payload deployment work reliably. And then as soon as that is the case, they're going to start deploying payloads. And then they're going to start testing catches. Actually retrieving upper stages, that's another big goal for the next few flights. And then as soon as any of that was proven, they're going to go over to training orbital refueling. That is an essential part for NASA's Artemis program, for HLS, the human landing system, which is SpaceX's moon variant of the Starship. It's going to look pretty epic. It's probably going to be white. It's going to have a NASA logo on it. It's going to have legs. It has no heat shield because it's not supposed to return into Earth's atmosphere. So it is a special variant that is supposed to land on the moon. And as soon as this version 3 Starship beautiful pictures here, by the way. As soon as this version 3 Starship starts working, these are the main goals. Payload deployment, upper stage retrieval at first, not reuse, because I'm pretty sure that the first few Starships that they catch are definitely not rapid reuse. I don't expect that. They will do tests on the heat shield, check everything. It'll take weeks before that caught Starship maybe goes back to another launch, maybe. This will take time, and that's what these launches are going to be for. And I expect as well, if this Starship works out, we might see these 10 next launches this year. I'm actually counting on that. The next Starship is already done. It's already been at Massey's, where SpaceX tests its upper stages, and it's gone through its first pressure tests and cryo tests. So the next step is engine installation, and then they do a static fire, and then that Starship technically can fly again. They're not going to catch Booster 19 because it's a completely new pad and a completely new booster design. But on Booster 20, expect them to do that. And then they're not losing the booster. They can reuse it. They've already done this before, which is going to speed up launch cadence even further because they don't need to every time give out a new booster. They can reuse them. And as long as they can build Starships quick enough, they're going to keep launching and launching and launching as soon as the new design works, which we've not had before. Version 1 was a very, very early prototype design. It wasn't even expected to work reliably. But I do think Starship version 2, which we saw largely fly last year, I think SpaceX expected less trouble with it. And they did have a lot of trouble with version 2. It produced a lot of headlines of meteor showers over the Turks and Caicos and oh my God, Elon Musk's rocket is failing, and so on and so forth. The classic headlines were everywhere. And that wasn't planned by SpaceX. SpaceX is late. They would have liked to be earlier. And so Starship version 3 is very important for them. And that is why they spent more than 200 days. We're right now at 221 days, I think, since the last launch. 221 days of no launches at all. For SpaceX's iteration tempo, that is an eternity. And my phone is not muted. Give me just a second. It should every time, as soon as the movie starts, you gotta mute your phone. All right. Um, so it's been 221 days since the last launch. That is an eternity. I'm no, we're any hardcore Starship fan isn't even used to this. I was like not just me. How about you, Chris? Since the last launch, was it easy?
Absolutely not. I mean, we've even seen it like on our internal Discord server. Like everybody was completely on their seat for having another launch, and nobody would have expected it to take this long. But then on the
No.
other hand, they had to build an entire new pad, and we've seen how many changes are there. That this is basically a ship that visually resembles the V2, but that's where it ends basically. So yes, it was a long, long
Very
way. It was
different.
incredibly hard to bear, but yeah, I have a good feeling that now starts the summer of the Starship. So
Yeah.
we will see a lot of launches this
Come
year.
on.
Let's please just get this one
Please,
off the
let's just
pad
do
and
this today.
please work
Exactly.
V3.
We have an animation here from Elliot, our resident 3D artist. Shout out to him. He's Whooper 3D on X. He is a genius. He produces, I think, 99.9% of all the animations you see at What About It in our episodes are from him. So shout out. This is Starship version 3. This is the upper stage. And as you can see, actually, Ship 39 looks slightly different than this because they do have a few things that are just on it for this flight, like on the leeward side. So on the side that opposing the heat shield, they have a lot of patches of different tile assemblies because they're testing everything. They want to test because they didn't have a launch for 220 days. An engineer can really get eager in wanting to have new data. And so what they did with Ship 39 is that they basically plastered it all over that leeward side with all sorts of tile assemblies, different patches of where you can see these black spots on the silver side of the upper stage. Those are tests. Those are different kinds of tile attachment, slightly different tiles themselves, and all sorts of different things you can test with a heat shield, and they are just going to closely monitor these while the Starship is in space and while it is re-entry and probably also on the way up. And then they are going to, from that, draw conclusions. And also there is a retrieval team that is supposed to retrieve the entire Starship, I think, right?
No, I think from what they said yesterday, they basically retrieved data. So it didn't really look like
Only
that
that.
they were attempting to actually retrieve the ship, but that's a ship who's supporting all of the drone floats that they're having there with the cameras that give us these amazing pictures that we're used to,
Yeah.
and the drones in the sky as well. So I think the retrieval is basically most of all the retrieval of data.
Have they ever retrieved a Starship upper stage that landed in
Not
the
yet.
Indian Ocean?
No.
They did retrieve boosters. They
Yeah.
even lifted them up from the ocean floor before. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they are going to get a lot of data back from this flight, and that is what they're doing there with the heat tiles. So this isn't going to be on later versions. This is going to change on or not versions on later starships. This is going to change every time until they're done testing this. You see these little white spots there on the heat shield side as well. They're evenly spaced as well. That is another thing that SpaceX is going to do on this flight. They have 22 Starlink satellites in the payload dispenser this time, which is way more than they had before. I think the maximum they had before was like 5 or so, and now it's 22. And the dispensing speed is double as it was before as well. So you can see that every aspect about this rocket has been reworked, redesigned, taken apart, and put together again, hopefully better than it was before. And the last 2 of those Starlink satellites are going to have cameras. And if they do launch the Starship today, and if everything works out as it should, we are going to see 20 Starlink dummy satellites being dispensed out of the payload door. They are just basically floating out, and they're just testing the dispense mechanism. That's all they do. They're dead bricks basically. They don't have any function to them. But the last 2 have function to them. They can receive data, they can transmit data, and they have cameras on board. And with those cameras, they want to inspect the heat shield, and that's why you have these white dots in the heat shield. These are single tiles that are white, and there you go. That's a beautiful view. You see them evenly spaced out along the fuselage of the upper stage. And so the plan is for these two last Starlink satellites that they're going to dispense to keep the Starship upper stage in view, and then that Starship upper stage is going to turn around. It should look spectacular, and then they're going to inspect the heat shield using these white tiles as measurements. And so that is something that is not, it's on later versions where they don't need to inspect the heat shield, or where they have more experience with it. Those white tiles are likely going to disappear again. That's something specific to Flight 12. So, and that's a typical thing as well. For everybody who has seen more than one Starship flight before, you know that every time they're a little bit different. Each and every one of them has something that is slightly different.
There's two more things that are new on the upper stage. One is that we see the drogues that are already there for the later orbital refueling maneuvers. So they do have connection ports, 4 of them, which will enable 2 of the starships to dock together into one unit to pump the propellant from one into the other. And the other thing, of course, is at the bottom of the ship, and there's 6 brand new Raptor engines, and these are really, really completely new engines. And this is one of the biggest changes when it comes to more power, less weight. And we've looked at them yesterday as well. They really look unfinished. You had this anecdote actually of people thinking that it wasn't even finished. And yep, then they saw it on the test stand, and it really looks amazing. It's the strangest looking rocket engine that I've ever seen, because all of them used to have tons of hoses and extra equipment on the outside. And this is just also incredibly integrated.
Yep, if we could, there we go. That's an animation of a Raptor 3 engine, also done by Elliot. He's an amazing guy. And it shows the heat shield assembly of a Raptor 3 engine on version 2 and all the other starships before it. That heat shield basically enclosed the entire engine, and each engine was enclosed into its own shroud and encapsulated so that if there was a problem, it wouldn't take all the other engines out, because it was all prototyping and these engines weren't very reliable. And so that added a lot of weight on a current Starship booster, which we should have an animation for as well. Let me just take a look at this. Should be this one. You can see the engines being mounted under that's just the center 12 engines there. You can see how they're basically, it's just the engine being attached to the aft dome of the booster, which is absolutely incredible, because it produces over 8,000 tons of thrust, and it just does that. There's 3,250 tons from the 12 center engine, or the 13 center engines, and another 5,000 tons of thrust from the surrounding 20 engines, right? It's 20 engines in the outer ring, right? Yeah. And so, and there are 2 paths for that thrust to take. The center engines transmit that thrust to the rocket itself through the thrust puck. That is an assembly that is in the center under the aft dome of the booster. So basically sitting right under the main fuel tanks. There's this little cap. On top of that cap, under that cap, you have these center engines sitting, and then that cap needs to take 3,250 tons of thrust at liftoff. That's an insane amount of force. And then you have the 5,000 tons. There you can see it even better. And you have another 5,000 tons of thrust from the outer engines that just goes straight into the hull, into the so-called thrust structure of the rocket. And that's how the rocket withstands all the force that is pushing upward on it. It's incredible to imagine how much force this rocket has to endure, because on a version 3 Starship, max Q, that is the point of most aerodynamic pressure, so the point at which the atmosphere is the thickest and the rocket is the fastest for those 2 values to basically collide and create the most pressure on the rocket, is reached in under a minute.
45 seconds.
In under a minute. That is absolutely insane. And you have to imagine that the rocket needs to withstand that force pushing it up while it is so heavy. So it's the entire contraption. If you're not an engineer and you've not done these calculations, I've done them many times, of course, for episodes. It is kind of hard to even understand that it's possible to build something like this. But if you do it the right way, and if everything balances out, physics is on your side and it works. And that's what SpaceX is trying to find here. The concept where everything balances out. That's basically what they need to find. A system where they can where they can apply so much force, endure so much temperature, all these things that the Starship goes through during its entire flight until it's back down. The rocket needs to not just do this once. The plan is for SpaceX, even more than with Falcon 9, for Starships to just routinely fly over and over and over. Where right now we're applauding that SpaceX has managed to build Falcon 9 boosters that have, I think the leader right now is 33, 34 launches on
Yes.
one booster, which is really, really good. But the goal for Starship is to make them fly hundreds of times.
Yeah,
Maybe even
and
thousands of
and
times.
also really go for an actual refuel and go. That's the other thing.
Yes.
Like the ultimate goal is not to take it off, clean it, inspect it for a week, but to have it on the pad, refuel it, and go in the end.
Yeah, and that will enable SpaceX to revolutionize spaceflight. And that's why what makes Starship so interesting. So it's not just, if you've just tuned in, the fascination about Starship isn't that it's just a bigger rocket, which is fascinating on its own, of course. If you're standing in front of it, it's like a skyscraper. It does not come across in this picture. But the real fascination is that if SpaceX manages to design this concept, to finish the design and to make it actually work, Starships are going to revolutionize spaceflight. They're going to lower the cost of getting a kilogram of payload to space, not just by 10% or 50%. They're going to dump it down so much that anybody, you watching the stream right now, could afford to travel to space with a regularly operational Starship that does a hundred or 1,000 flights without a problem and routinely every day and every hour. SpaceX's goal is actually to, in 5 years' time, from now on, in 5 years, if everything works out, SpaceX is planning to launch a Starship every hour. That is 24 Starship flights per day. Those are numbers that the spaceflight industry has never seen before. It's exponentially larger and better and faster and more, and it's a fascinating rocket, and that's why we all tune in. And we have 7,200 people watching the stream right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have another 1 hour and 56 minutes to a possible first T-0. Yesterday, we saw a few very, very nerve-wracking 40-second recycles. We hope that this is not going to be the case today. They had a few problems. They had largely the problems were surrounding the first problem I think was the diverter itself. So the flame diverter under the rocket itself, something there, some sensor there said nope. And so they were able to fix that just from remotely. And then they had a problem with the SQD arm. They vented a few times out of the SQD arm. That is that black arm in the middle of the tower there that you can see that is attached to the upper stage. Its purpose is to fuel the upper stage, and it did that perfectly. But in the end, they were not. There's the animation again. Beautiful work by Elliot, by the way, every time I see them. And there is this little pin. Actually, that pin is on the tower, not even on the Starship itself. And it's supposed to keep the arm from accidentally retracting. So if that pin is down, the arm is in place and it cannot move. And that pin did not want to retract. And so what SpaceX couldn't do was retract this arm so that they could actually launch the rocket. So everything was go, everything was green. The rocket was ready and chilled and fueled and everything was great. But the ship quick disconnect arm did not want to retract. And so you cannot launch the rocket if that arm is still there. And so they had to scrub yesterday, and they fixed it overnight. So SpaceX workers went out there to the pad in the night and fixed everything, and we filmed them doing it. And this morning we got confirmation they were able to fix it. The weather looks way better today, so it's 85% favorable. I'd say it's 100% favorable right now. I talked to Jordan, I talked to Amy, Richard is on site as well. All the information I got today was the weather is great. And so that shouldn't be a problem. What could be a problem is the same as yesterday, is the new system. Everything about Flight 3 is new. Not just the rocket itself, the pad, the tank farm, the orbital launch mount, the tower, even though it largely looks the same. Hi, I got a dog coming in. It's Lily, my dog. You can't see her right now, but maybe she wants to come on my lap. Well, you can't sit on my lap. She's way too large. She's the best dog I've ever had. All right, I gotta keep going, Lily, though. There's your pillow over there. She has a pillow in the studio. Whenever I record an episode, she is like, when next, it's actually fun. Next time you watch an episode, this is the studio here in the background. This is the camera that I record my episodes with. And there are some, I can move this up a little bit. You can see the lights here that illuminate when I'm recording and everything. So this is my studio. And there's this little pillow there that is, if I move it down a little bit, you'll see it. It's like this red thing there on the side, down there. That's the dog, and that's the pillow. And the dog always lays down. Hey, Lily, can you show yourself? Yes, here you go. There she is. Hi, Lily. And she's I'm sorry, I love this dog. She's a very, very good dog. And she normally sits there when I record episodes. So next time you watch a video, you're going to imagine a dog sitting right next to me, watching me record an episode. So now lay down on your pillow. Be a good dog. Lay down on your pillow. There you go. All right. Sorry. So yeah, the goal for SpaceX is to have V3 work reliably. That's what keeps them back right now. That's what holds them down and what compresses the entire timeline. But we got to go to the next question because people have a lot of questions here. We can already see the tower vent. We can already see the tank farm has been spooling up for 3 hours now, and everything looks exactly the same it did yesterday. So there shouldn't be any problems there. And we'll see if they can actually go through to T-0 and we can see the thing ignite. I'm already getting a pulse just thinking about it. So that is what they want to do on the next 10 flights, is concentrate on payload, on orbital refueling. Those are retrieval of an upper stage. Those are big ticket items for SpaceX right now. We have Jaden's Knowles. Thank you so much for your super chat. When do you think Shun will fly by Mars? Yeah, that was insane. Yesterday, SpaceX, it was so surprising. I had this I don't know, this feeling of just having seen Elvis Presley or something. SpaceX just randomly maybe we could show a clip of that. Jonathan, would it be possible to show a clip of him talking? We'll give you a moment. Don't worry. You're not under pressure, but it would be worth just showing that again and listening to him again, because I don't know if SpaceX is going to repeat this, and it was very much worth it. They just casually showed one of the people that are going to slingshot around Mars. And that's what this question, I don't even have the question on screen. Let me just real quick here, put the chat there. There you go, that's the question. And so that's what this question is aiming for. This Chung guy is he's actually an astronaut who flew on Fram 2, first of all, so he's not new to all of this, and it's absolutely amazing to see him get more missions. But the crazy part was that they actively talked about slingshotting humans around Mars. And that is exactly what this is all about. It would be a quantum leap for spaceflight if Starship actually works. And I'm confident that SpaceX will get it to work. And so this guy is going to fly on the first mission to slingshot around Mars and to go around the moon as well. That's going to be a separate mission, though.
Yeah.
And so it's almost impossible to answer when that is going to be. If I would need to predict like a lottery or something, I would probably say within the next 4 to 5 years. I think that's realistic. It might happen before that, and they have to wait for a launch window as well, which happens every 1 year and 9 months, I think, or 8 months or something like that. So almost every 2 years, you have a launch window towards Mars where the two planets align so that you can actually do your chase shot and fly towards Mars. And so they have to wait for that to align. The next alignment is actually this fall, and after that they have to wait another period, and that would be then the next window, and so on and so forth. So they might be able, this fall is out of the question. They are never going to launch any humans to anywhere this fall. I don't think that is ever.
I hope they don't.
They might, just for publicity, launch a Starship towards Mars, but that would just be an empty Starship flying there to demonstrate we can send something in the direction of Mars. That's basically what it would do. It would not re-enter the atmosphere. It would just fly around it and then probably go into an elliptical orbit around the sun, and that's it. Like Elon Musk's Roadster, the Tesla Roadster that the first Falcon Heavy sent up, something like that would be possible. But anything else is out of the question for this year. And I think also for the next window. For the next window, the moon is possible. But a crewed mission to Mars, that is 2 years. We're talking about 2 years.
My guess would be that we might actually on that transfer window see
One and a
the
half.
uncrewed version. Yeah, because I think that they will actually do this first, and so yeah, this might be the thing that in that window we will
Yeah,
see
yeah.
the slingshot around the moon and the uncrewed slingshot around Mars.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. So SpaceX is actively, before we get him to talk again, SpaceX is actively working on HLS. So even though you haven't seen anything at Starbase yet, that doesn't mean that SpaceX isn't working on it. They have all the systems in the drawing board, and some of them even in prototype build. We just don't see it, and they don't publicize it because it's NASA stuff. NASA isn't as open as SpaceX is, never has been. They show stuff, and they've already shown a few tits and bits here, like the lift. We've seen the lift that SpaceX is planning to use on the moon to actually deploy the cargo to the surface of the moon. We've seen mock-ups of the cockpit that the astronauts are training with right now, and so on and so forth. We've seen an airlock that was very rudimentary, though, all this kind of stuff. But that shows you they're prototyping it. So there is a good chance that we're going to have something that has an active life support system and everything needed to fly a crew around the moon within the next 2 years or so. I think that's realistic. And that's where it gets really insane. I'm so looking forward to these fights. So for now, let's just listen in to this guy again, if we can, because it was absolutely worth it.
On the planet, and he had some exciting news. Awesome to talk to you. Start me off. Where the heck are you right now?
Thank you for joining me to Bouvet Island, and this isolated island in the South Atlantic. It's arguably the most remote island in the world.
It looks super isolated. You're only there with a couple of people. Kind of feels like a space mission to me. So let's just jump right in. You are going to be on the first interplanetary mission on a Starship.
So it's going to be a flyby mission of Mars. So a lot of people are talking about how Mars will be like. We're going to fly to Mars, we're going to land on Mars, we're going to build city on Mars. But let's get it started with a flyby.
Doing a flyby of Mars, that's a heck of a trip, but you're kind of built for this kind of mission, right? Because if you're not landing on the surface, you're spending a long time going out there, you're going to fly by it. It's going to be like just an insane couple of hours, and then it's a big trip back home.
Couple of hours, just.
How are you kind of built to handle this kind of a journey?
This actually my style of spiral. I can stare at the map view on airplane all the way from takeoff to landing. So I think I'm enjoying the trip.
So it's not just the Mars flight, you're also going to be taking a trip around the moon, right? So kind of do that step before heading all the way out to Mars.
Yes, because even though it's just a flyby, it will try a lot of things that never been attempted before.
How do you kind of see these types of missions in kind of the grand scheme of everything?
It will light the fire. It will ignite imagination, and it will build the momentum. After we come back from Mars, you'll have an opportunity to take some real photos of Mars. Mars will no longer become a distant place. It will become reality.
Well, June, thanks for calling in from the other side of the planet.
The other side
super
of the
cool
planet.
location, super cool to talk to you, and exciting. You're going to get on Starship. You're going to go around the moon and then do the first flyby of Mars. It's insanely exciting stuff.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
All right, that was that. So one thing I've just noticed after watching it again is that the moment they show the flyby of the moon, they show this animation, and that was not an HLS Starship. That had flaps, it had a heat shield. So that's interesting. It might just be a mistake in the animation. We've seen this before. You want to find that moment real quick? There you go. This is a regular Starship. That's interesting. I mean, this could, like I said, this could just be a mistake that the artist that was supposed to do this render just took a standard Starship model and let it fly around the moon. But if it wasn't, that would mean that we'll see and it would need to be exactly because if you wanna, of
Return.
course,
You
if you
need to
want to, no,
return.
and also if you want to land crew on Mars, you will have to have a Starship with
Heatshield.
flaps and a heat shield. So, but are they going to? I still don't know if that flyby of the moon and the slingshot around Mars are the same mission or
No,
two different missions.
no. The way they said it, it's two different missions. They said that they first got to
All
go
right.
around the moon as a preparation.
Okay, so they're going to use the Mars Starship on the flight around the moon. That's what that animation implies, and that would be even more amazing. So we'll see an HLS Starship built for NASA, and we'll see a Mars Starship built by SpaceX for its own Mars missions, and we'll see them both test. It's all the stuff that's still in the future, and it all depends on version 3 working out. So we have so many interesting milestones coming up if this version 3 Starship actually works. We have so many interesting things to see in the future. Yeah, so that was Chun Wang, one very, very tough guy to say, yes, I'm going to do this, because what this mission means is that he's going to travel to Mars. That is at least going to take him 6 to 8 months. Then he's going to slingshot around Mars for hours. He's likely going to fly past Mars for quite some time because the speed on interplanetary transfers is there. He's going to be fast. So he's going to slingshot around Mars, travel out beyond Mars, and then fly back towards Earth. And this whole trip is going to take him at absolute least, I think, at least a year, maybe going towards 1.5, maybe even 2 years. And he does this for a few hours of seeing Mars. This crew will not, they will not be close to Mars for long. They will be close to Mars for a few hours.
Yeah, it's just insane. Really, you need to be a very, very special kind of human to just
Yes.
think that you can do that. Wow.
I really, really hope that they have a lot of board games and video games and all sorts of things on that Starship to keep themselves busy. This is going to be a long, long trip. I mean, they are going to probably do all sorts of research and things like that, but I'm pretty sure if you can't even see Earth anymore out your window or just a very faint blue dot, that changes your mentality. It's
Absolutely.
it's absolutely incredible that they showed him talking about these two missions.
It shows how close we are to the future. That's the point. It's like the future is going to be great, but it's going to happen within years. We're not talking decades. It's amazing.
Well, it's hopefully going to happen in 1 hour and 41 minutes. That we're going to see that first flight of a version 3 Starship that all these milestones basically rest on. All right, let's do the next one. We have Brendan Kelly 9887. Thank you so much for your super chat. This is what funds the crazy team behind every video and every live stream you see. No message, just want to support when I can. You're all the goats. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is much appreciated. All the super chats, all the t-shirts, all the memberships that you might do, all of this goes directly into the team and into the camera that films the Starship right now as we watch through it for a Starship live stream. So all of this funding goes to the crazy hobby of a few even crazier people, and I'm very, very happy to work alongside them. So thank you so much. Okay, then we have Daniel M8611. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question: why does weather affect the launch so much? Sorry if this is a stupid question. So first of all, there aren't any stupid questions. We're here to give answers to everything. So if you're wondering why there's fire on the bottom of the rocket, please answer. Please ask the question. We'll answer it. Weather is. So it depends, actually. It depends. Weather doesn't influence rockets that much. It's just that rockets are so expensive and the result is so important that you want to get rid of every little detail that you cannot influence. And one of those is weather. So if there is lightning in the area, if there are clouds that could possibly create lightning even then, that's the cumulus cloud rule. And then you have You have precipitation that you do not want to fly through. You have winds, not just on the ground, but also in the upper part of the atmosphere. And for all this, there is a so-called launch envelope that the rocket can launch in. Every criteria has its own maximum that the rocket can withstand. They could go over this. There is safety margin as well. So for example, for winds, a rocket can adjust its course when flying up into space, but it can only do it to a certain amount, and it costs extra fuel. Every time a rocket has to work against wind, it will consume more fuel. So you do not want that. And so the wind is a problem. Then precipitation is a problem because of extra weight. It's actually not because it would be harmful for the rocket to fly through the water. A rocket is pretty well protected against water because it needs to stand out there overnight for the next day, right? If you couldn't launch it the day before. So a Starship is pretty resilient, but it has a lot of surface area. And if that gets wet, it's extra weight. And you do not want to have extra weight. And the water goes into the heat tiles, and that freezes in space. And if water freezes, it expands, and so on and so forth. So you don't want the rocket wet. That's why there can't be any precipitation. You don't want the rocket to be hit by lightning. That's really bad. It happened on Apollo 12, for example, and these astronauts were able to tell you a story about it. Your cockpit going dark for a second there is something you don't want to have when you're flying towards the moon, and so on and so forth. So weather is just, they want to avoid bad weather because they want to get rid of any variable they cannot control. And that's why these weather conditions exist that are favorable for a launch or not favorable. It doesn't mean that you couldn't launch the rocket in bad weather. You could launch a Starship in storm. And the rocket would fight against the wind, and it would probably even make it up, but it would consume 10% more fuel. It would be wet. The heat tiles would crack because of the freezing water, and everything would be miserable. And that's why you want to have good weather for all sorts of different things that influence the flight down the line. Anything to add?
Not really.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's the reason why you need good weather for a rocket launch. And it is not a bad question at all. Each of those aspects has its own thing that is worse. If you have the wind, you have the propellant consumption. If you have the water, you have the cracking tiles, and so on and so forth. And all of these are different criteria, and all of them need to be met for the rocket to be able to launch. There you go. We have David. Good.
Nice.
So I just got it from the off from Stefanie, from my wife. Elon Musk just posted on X. They're still go for 5:30. So 1 hour and 37 minutes. And today I want to see this Starship launch. There are so many nice things down the line. I want to see all of this happen. Okay, so David Morris, 3759, thank you so much for your super chat. Keep up the good work. We will. Thank you so much. Thanks to your funding, it'll be even easier for us. We have Outdoor Adventure Craft. Thank you so much for your super chat. Extra thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today as well. Like and subscribe. That is something, if you don't want to do a super chat, or if you're not financially in the position to just give some rocket nerds some money, like and subscribe. That actually helps us a lot as well. Thank you so much for watching with us. We have Pascal HNGT. Thank you so much for your super chat. What happens if in-orbit refueling works? Is the benefit of a simplified heat shield worth the extra launch required for the necessary fuel? So that's a two-parter. What happens if in-orbit refueling works is that SpaceX is finally able to do missions that go out of low Earth orbit. In low Earth orbit, you do not need refueling, orbital refueling. A Starship can deploy, this Starship, as it is there, as soon as it works reliably, will be able to deploy around 100 plus tons of payload to low Earth orbit, which is nuts. No other rocket can do this. It's the payload bay of a Starship is half the size of the, is it the entire size of the pressurized space of the ISS? Or half the size? I think it's the entire pressurized space of the ISS. That's the size of a single Starship payload bay. It's nuts. It's really, really large. And so that doesn't need orbital refueling. A Starship will be able to do Starlink satellites and AI satellites and anything in low Earth orbit without orbital refueling. Orbital refueling is only needed if the Starship is supposed to go anywhere else outside of low Earth orbit, to the moon, to Mars, to geostationary orbit with a meaningful payload as well, because Starships aren't really good for this kind of stuff. It's a rocket architecture that isn't. There are other rocket architectures that are actually better to reach something like geostationary orbit. The problem is, though, you throw half of it away. And that's what makes a Starship better, even with orbital refueling. There's this argument that often comes up when people hear that a Starship might possibly. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, just did a video just saying that a Starship, if it wants to reach the moon, it will have to refuel 15 times. I think it's more like 10 times, but even that is a lot. And so there's plenty of people saying, how does that make sense to launch 10 rockets instead of just one? Why don't we just launch one SLS and fly it to the moon and land our astronauts and that's it, and no refueling is needed? It's because even though you have 10 refueling flights, it's still vastly cheaper than an SLS rocket because you can reuse the entire thing. That's the essential part, is reusing all of it. Nothing is being thrown away, and that is what makes orbital refueling very, very useful in any mission scenario. Even if you have to refuel it 20 times, it's still better than a rocket that you don't need to refuel and that you need to throw away. And the second part of the question is the benefit of a simplified heat shield worth the extra launch required for the necessary fuel? Do you understand that one?
Not really. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but I don't quite get it. What?
Honestly, don't understand your second part of the question. Worth the extra launch required for the necessary fuel. Please ask it more precisely in the chat. The moderators are will try to pick it up. I honestly don't understand the second part of your question, but we're willing to answer it if we pick it up again. You can see the tank farm in the background spooling up like crazy right now. You have the Pope stack venting. You have all the LOX cannons. Those are all very nerdy terms for a tank farm is spooling up for action and for fueling, because in 42 minutes, the SpaceX team is going to do its fueling decision. So they're going to go through all the different positions, all the different controllers that are monitoring the rocket, and they're all going to say yes or no. And if everybody says yes, they're going to start fueling the rocket. And that's what you see here, the preparations here. They're chilling the lines, which is very important, because if you have a fuel line at room temperature and then you pump cryogenic liquid through it, there's a lot of stress on the material because it has to cool down rapidly, which is not really good for the lines. And if you want to reuse those lines over and over, you chill them, you pre-chill them, and that's what SpaceX is doing there. And they're ramping up different components and so on and so forth. So this looks really, really good. I'm very happy to see this. Okay, so then we have Fire Spirit trains. You want to do this one, Cris?
Yeah, sure. Hey, Felix, yesterday you were wondering what I want to do. I think I'm learning towards engineering physics and maybe going to Mars, but I don't want to be, I want to narrow yet. Good physics, flight 12. Yep, I think was that the guy from Switzerland, the young lad who, yes,
Yep.
perfect. Yep.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Don't narrow it down too much. If you haven't found your position yet, it's always good to keep it broad. Keep everything in mind. Be open for new things, and continue on your course. That's the best thing you can do. I've had conversations with people over and over in the past 7 years since I started this YouTube channel that they got inspired by watching What About It. And trust me, every time I see one of those, I copy it into our internal communications on the team, and everybody on the team is honored. So thank you so much for letting us know, and continue on your way. And we're all rooting for you. And if you end up going to Mars, maybe tweet a picture and tag me
please.
or something. Thank you so much.
All the best to you.
So then we have Ben Leister. Thank you so much for your super chat. There is so much pressure when the pipe is delivering its load. I'm not surprised it couldn't withdraw before causing an abort.
How did that get through there?
Sure thing, bro. Thank you so much for your super chat. Here's the next question. We have Charles and 1409259. My wife is laughing in the background as well. Yeah, I hope what's up today is a Starship Flight 12. I really, really, really want to see this Starship fly today. We're an hour and 30 away from a possible ignition. And if that ignition occurs, everything's off. Everything goes, and we can cross our fingers for SpaceX, because this flight is very important. Version 3, like I said earlier when I started the live stream, we haven't seen a launch in 221 days today. And that is For other launch providers, that is a kind of normal thing. For SpaceX, it's an eternity in the Starship program. Not having seen a launch for 221 days means SpaceX was very, very busy with doing all these new designs, implementing everything they had learned before. And the reason for that is that version 3 is supposed to enter service, step out of prototyping and enter into service, because that's what SpaceX needs for its milestones down the line. If they want to support a Starship that flies to the moon, they will need a Starship that is operational, and that's what version 3 is supposed to bring. And it's still nuts to me, even though I've analyzed every part of it. I pull my head for everybody working at SpaceX, assembling these Starships and building this infrastructure and making all of what we see on screen here right now possible. These people are heroes, and they're doing it in an environment. Anybody who has been at Starbase before knows that the Texan sun can be relentless, and that the mosquitoes that live at Starbase, I don't know, but they're probably from Mars. They're not normal. There are black clouds of them every summer, and it's insanely hard to even work out there. And they do this in 3 shifts every day, and they never stop. And it's incredible. And actually, they do stop sometimes. Memorial Day is one day that is coming up, and that's why I'm especially hoping that they're going to launch today, because in the United States on Monday, we're going to have Memorial Day. That means if they don't launch today, they are going to launch next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, sometime. They haven't announced anything yet, I think. But if they cannot launch today, Memorial Day is going to shut them down, which is another reason why I really, really hope that it's going to launch today. That would be incredible. Thank you everybody so much for your super chats. I see them coming in. It's very much appreciated. We have Drew D2. Thank you so much for your super chat. Why are engines always at the bottom and never spread out throughout the whole ship to reduce temperature? Because physics-wise, again, there aren't any stupid questions here. Physics-wise, it makes a lot of sense to put them directly under the rocket, because the force, you have to, so here's my stress engine. It's an RS-25 that I can, in the stressful moments, use to squeeze things. And so if a rocket fires, the thrust goes into one direction. And that means the force inflicted by the engine goes into the other direction. It goes up. And if you would put these rocket engines, let's just say you put them on the side, just like this on the side, like a Christmas tree, so that you stretch it out a little bit and so that you have a larger area as well. The problem is then that the force isn't going straight up. The force is supposed to go in the direction that the rocket flies, otherwise you're losing force because it's pushing into another direction than what the rocket is flying into, right? So if the rocket is like this and you put the engines on the side, the thrust doesn't go into the direction the rocket is supposed to fly into, and that is wasted thrust, and that is wasted propellant, and that is wasted payload. On a rocket, everything is about fighting the rocket equation, which is a problem, because the heavier the rocket, the more thrust you need to bring it up, the heavier the rocket gets. And so it's very difficult to build an efficient rocket. And one part is to use every little bit of thrust into actual movement into the direction you want the rocket to go to. And for that, it needs to be right under the rocket. And that's the reason why the engines are just under the rocket, so that they push the rocket into exactly that direction that the rocket is supposed to fly in. And there's just one spot where you can put the engines under. So there you go. I hope I was able to explain that in a way. Yeah. Okay, so then we have J Hawker 931. Thank you so much for your super chat. You want to do this one, Cris?
Should we be worried that the tower is not venting anymore and that NSF said they saw a truck driving to the tower? Well, first of all, I just see the tower venting again in this exact second. Yeah, so this is not really something that would worry me at the moment.
And I did not see a truck.
I didn't see it either, and even if it would be, that wouldn't necessarily mean something bad. So I don't know. I didn't see it.
If there was a truck driving to the pad, I couldn't see it on our cameras, so I don't know. But if NASA Spaceflight said it, they're normally well informed. And if there is a truck at the pad right now, that means the pad is not clear, and that means they cannot start fueling. That's all that means. The tank farm can be spooled up. Everything can be as you see it there right now. It just means that they cannot start fueling the rocket. But the fueling decision is supposed to be in 35 minutes. So if there is a person at the pad right now, they have 35 minutes to go about any sort of business that they want to go about at the pad. And it of course also tells us there is some reason why somebody needs to be at the pad right now, which often is a problem. If it's so close to them actually starting to fuel a rocket, that likely means that there is a problem, but let me just get rid of the chat here real quick as well. I do not see anyone at the launch pad besides the bird. That bird was there yesterday. I swear it was the same bird. Okay, so there, and what I heard just out of the off from my wife is that this question was posted just before Elon Musk said they're good to go for launch. So I wouldn't say that there is any problem right now. Everything looks absolutely nominal. Yeah. So like the stream. My wife is telling me I should tell everybody that you should like the stream. We have 11,000 people watching, and if there aren't 11,000 likes, my wife is not going to be happy. So if you want to make her happy, you have to push that little thumbs up icon next to the stream title, I think, and then she will dance around and come upstairs and give me a kiss. I promise. And now I can hear her laughing from downstairs. So jokes aside, it does help a lot if you press the like button and if you subscribe to the channel. It helps us a lot because the algorithm thinks the stream is important. It shows it to other people. We get more views, we get more funding, yada, yada. That's how the business works. And that's why we content creators say this a lot. It is absolutely for free. So if you haven't done so yet, take out your phone or your mouse and click that little thumbs up and make my wife smile. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm not worried right now. I'm pretty sure we're still tracking for a launch. Unordinary programmer. And that's a fascinating thing about the human brain that I was able to read this nickname so easily. Hello from Croatia. Considering how many timelines we have already passed, do you think that the Starship will even reach Mars before the middle of the 2030s? Well, there we go again. It's impossible to say. That's the thing. You can analyze this every day. You can make deep dive videos about every system on the rocket, and in the end of the day, it's still prototyping. And in the end of the day, it still has never been done before, and nobody has ever done this before. SpaceX is working on it, and they're smart about it, as you can see here in our 3 cameras. They know what they're doing, but we do not know if this system actually does what it's supposed to do. We do not know if it is possible to build a heat shield that is so reliable that you can just rapidly reuse the rocket, because nobody has ever done it before. What's incredible though is that SpaceX is working on it. And that is what we're sitting here to watch. That is why we're so interested in all of this, is because finally somebody is innovating. So they are not stuck with a space shuttle. They're not stuck with the ISS or non-reusable rockets that are assembled from parts that have been around for 50 years. SpaceX is doing cutting edge stuff here. Everything about this rocket is new. And that at the same time tells you that I cannot give you an answer to that question. I don't know. And SpaceX doesn't know either. They're just trying though, and that is very commendable. Physics-wise, it's absolutely possible. Physics-wise, it's possible that we reach another star at some point. The theories are out there more than you could count. It's just that somebody needs to do it. Somebody needs to start building it. Somebody needs to start pouring funding into it and have a lot of good ideas and a lot of people that are motivated to do it. And that's what SpaceX does here. And I'm rooting for them. To that time frame of in the 2030s, I think it is possible if every milestone is being met. And there we are with prototyping again. It's impossible. It could be that version 3 launches and that the thing just explodes halfway towards low Earth orbit and they find a critical mistake in the design and they have to redo the entire thing. I hope not. That would be terrible, but it could be. That's prototyping. You do not know until you've tested it. And version 3 is the first time we're seeing SpaceX testing it, so we'll have to find out. But I trust in SpaceX SpaceX has done some incredible stuff, not just Starship. They've built Crew Dragon. They've built Falcon 9, which lands its boosters. They've done private spaceflight missions, including their own EVA suits. And the guy who did it is now a NASA administrator, which makes me very positive about the future of spaceflight as well. So the signs are there, and the people are in place to maybe get it done. That's all I can say.
I also would like to add that once we have Starship operational as a means of delivery for Starlink, then we will see regular flights. We will get a completely different data set. We will get experience in a way that is almost unfathomable at the moment. So this will also enable the entire thing by miles.
Yeah, more and more data. The more flights you do, the more data you have, the more you can refine the system. Exactly. But SpaceX isn't even at that point yet. And that's why version 3 is so important. Version 3 is supposed to be the first Starship that steps out of that prototype regime and enters something that is operational, something that SpaceX can fly regularly, where they can start refining systems instead of doing fundamental design decisions, which they've done up until now. Version 3 has some very fundamental design decisions that are different from version 2, which tells you that they weren't there yet with version 2. It is a very complicated goal of having the largest rocket ever built, fully and rapidly reusable. It's crazy, and any aerospace engineer will confirm this to you. It is a tough task, and SpaceX is trying to chip away on it bit by bit, and that's what we see here. So the 2030s for a flight to Mars, for a slingshot around Mars, I think is pretty realistic. Because I do think that SpaceX is going to make Starship happen. It looks pretty good, and they've made a lot of progress in the past few years, and they're willing to continue. So at some point, in my opinion, they're going to reach their goal. And then the mid-2030s for a flight around Mars, absolutely. For a landing, maybe. Maybe. Tough, but maybe. Not out of the question, that's for sure. Man, and I'm going to be here to watch it. Printly Perfect, thank you so much again for another super chat. You've been super chatting us yesterday. Thank you so much. Why is there fire at the bottom of the rocket? Well, that is a very simple question. Cris, why don't you take that one?
Well, to light the barbecue. We've all seen it. There's fire at the end of the rocket because you need a lot of propelling force to get a rocket up. It's literally throwing something up in the air with all the force that you can get. So what you're doing basically is having a super controlled explosion, in a sense, that goes through a bell and that directs the thrusts down. So the fire at the bottom is the burning of the propellant, which is actually releasing the energy that is giving the rocket a thrust to rise, to go upward.
So a physicist would probably say you are turning molecular binding energy into heat. I think that would be that would be the term. So what they're doing is they're taking, oversimplified, please bear with me and don't laugh. Oversimplified, it means they're taking the stored energy that is inside the propellant and they're turning it into pressure. And that pressure is used to accelerate mass out of these engines, and that is what creates the thrust into the other direction, into the opposite direction. And that's what propels the rocket forward. And the best way to do that is by burning it. And that creates a lot of heat. And that's why there are flames on the bottom of the rocket. And trust me, if they had another way, they would get rid of the flames. Those flames are what makes it difficult, because in this chemical reaction that is working inside a rocket engine, there's a lot of heat being created, and that means you have to protect the rocket engine from constantly trying to eat itself up, and that's what makes it insanely difficult. But apparently, Raptor 3 is very, very good at it. The engine is half of what Raptor 2 was, just because they've made the cooling inside and outside way more efficient. Again, trust in SpaceX's engineers. What they've done with version 3 is outstanding so far. I just want to see it launch. So yeah, that's the reason why there are flames on the bottom of the rocket. We have Motosin1803. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your super chat. Given past development of Starship and set rate of development, how many versions of Starship do you think we are away from the moon landing version? So the moon landing version is a branch. First of all, it's not the same as what you see here. The upper stage is a branch. That's how engineering works. One team works on this branch, that you see on the pad, and another team works on the branch that is HLS, because it has a lot of different components. It has a completely different hull, it has completely different internals, it doesn't have a heat shield, it doesn't have flaps, so it's vastly different than this upper stage. So there are different branches, and I don't know what version they are on internally on HLS. They might even be on version 1.5 already without even having built it, because their test data is good enough to just refine the design without launching one. And I have no clue how many versions they will need. They will need to actually arrive at the moon. I have no clue. I hope it's just going to be one. Because NASA is going to be very keen on having them be fast. Every NASA milestone, and you have to understand, NASA at that point, they're relying on an external partner, and you want your external partner to keep up their timeline. Everybody at NASA knows that this is spaceflight and that those timelines can drag out, but you don't want them to drag out unnecessarily. So I do hope that SpaceX is going to just create one HLS Starship, meaning they've learned enough with this upper stage branch that they can just create that other branch, build it, and send it up to space. Every internal component of HLS, SpaceX already knows. All the life support system, the docking mechanisms, everything that is needed to transport an astronaut, even the pressure suits, the EVA suit, it wasn't optimal yet, the EVA suit that Jared Isaacman tested. They could do a better job with it, but it worked. So even that they could do on their own already. They have a lot of those systems already. They have a working toilet, for example, compared to NASA. I mean, seriously, a few things they are doing better than NASA right now with human spaceflight, with crewed spaceflight. So they have a lot of those systems, and they can just scale them up for HLS. So they are going to reuse a lot of knowledge that they learned doing Crew Dragon, because they're regularly servicing the ISS with cargo, with everything that the astronauts need, and with astronauts as well. They are servicing the ISS with everything it needs. So they know what it takes to transfer crew somewhere, and HLS is nothing else. It is a transfer of crew from low Earth orbit to the lunar surface, and that's what craft needs to do. It needs to ferry them over there, and it needs to land them on the lunar surface. And right now, the plan still even is that they're not even going to fly to the moon in HLS, which I still don't understand why they haven't changed that yet, but I'm sure they're going to change that as well at some point. NASA is heavily redesigning its Artemis timeline, so expect some changes there. It doesn't make much sense, in my opinion, to have them fly to the moon in an Orion capsule and then get over into HLS Starship, which must be perfectly capable of supporting life. Otherwise, you couldn't use it at all. So if it is capable of supporting life, why not fly to the moon with it? You could just use a Crew Dragon, but that's another topic for another time, and maybe for another question. And it might very well change in the future, because NASA is kind of phasing out SLS as we speak. But yeah, I hope it's not going to be too many versions. But it's those are the questions that are almost impossible to answer. It's prototyping. If somebody would have asked me 5 years ago how long it will take SpaceX to have the Starship operational, I would have probably said 2 years. And then we would be 3 years over that now. It's almost impossible. Every year I've said, oh, next year. And then it took longer, because it is a massive undertaking. So we'll have to wait and see how it develops. But they're working on it, and that's the important part. There is a company willing to expend the resources and the knowledge and the people and the manpower to make it happen. That's the important part. We're very close to a go, no-go decision now, and I'm getting my goosebumps again. Okay, so we have Mindline. Thank you so much for your super chat. The weather question. Weather in the Indian Ocean landing zone also matters. Yes, it does, and I checked, and it's great. And I'm very happy about it. The weather in the Gulf is great. The weather at the launch site is great, and the weather in the Indian Ocean is good. So everything should be fine. Everything should be good. We have Peter Reddick. Thank you so much. Peter Reddick 6683. Thank you so much for your super chat. Will SpaceX, or have they, consider transporting ship and booster via rails, sort of like Ariane 5? I'm guessing this is more streamlined than using roads and a wheeled transporter. I don't know for sure. So what SpaceX is actively working on right now is, what was the name of the drone ship? Thank Me Later? Just Thank Me Later, I think.
The Marmac, you mean the renamed
the
one?
new Marmac for the transport, for the Starship transport. I think it was just Thank Me Later, or something like that. They always have these crazy names for their drone ships and barges, like a shortfall of gravitas and so on and so forth. They're from a book series, a science fiction book series. And so they are working on shipping starships to Kennedy Space Center, to their facilities at Roberts Road, and then to 39A and to Slick 37. That's all the facilities in Florida, because Starbase is already building starships. Kennedy Space Center isn't yet building starships, and they're still a bit away from that as well. And you need a lot of knowledgeable people and teams that know what they're doing and routine and so on and so forth. It takes some time to build that up. So in the beginning, we're going to see a lot of starships being built at Starbase and then shipped via Brownsville Harbor. So they're going to take them on the road. They're going to lay them down horizontally, drive them to the port of Brownsville, put them onto a barge, and then ship them from there to Kennedy Space Center, through the Gulf, around Florida, up the coast, into the port of Port Canaveral, and then up the barge canal all the way to where they unload them at the turn basin right next to the NASA VAB. I've been there many times. It's a lovely place to be for any rocket nerd. And then from there to either Roberts Road or to the pad. I'm pretty sure in the beginning up to Roberts Road and then to the pad. But yeah, that's how they're going to do it. So it's not going to be trains. It's not going to be trucks as it is for Falcon 9. That's trucks because it's smaller. Sending starships over a road that long of a distance.
Felix, I think that the question was more aiming toward going from production to pad, because that's what how the Ariane is done, how they are actually having it in the building and then doing it by rail over to the pad instead of loading it onto SPMTs.
And I've been saying so many. Okay. Well, if as much as I know SpaceX, their goal is going to be to keep the rockets as close to the pad as possible. So they're going to have their maintenance hangar right next to the pad. I'm pretty sure at Slick 37 they're going to build something like this, so that they have refurbishment facilities right next to the pad, so that they don't even have to send the rockets to Roberts Road again, just if it's a new one. And for that, the SPMTs work surprisingly well. If you looked at their operations at Starbase, SPMTs are nothing specially produced, which lowers cost. They are used for other things as well. They are not exclusively produced for SpaceX, and they do a really good job. They traverse all sorts of difficult terrain at Starbase even, and they get the job done. And so I do think that SpaceX is going to do exactly the same thing at the Cape. SPMTs. They work. Why do anything else? Why build rail systems and special trains and all sorts of stuff if you can just use SPMTs that the industry already has? SpaceX loves doing that. All sorts of things on starships are just normal stuff that you could theoretically just buy. It's not space grade. SpaceX tries to avoid space grade special stuff as much as they can. So you will never see a crawler transporter like we have for SLS or anything like that for Starship. It's all there to reduce cost and to make the operation smooth and streamlined and to be able to use things that already exist. SpaceX loves doing that. So I doubt that there's going to be a train like Ariane. That is taxpayer money that makes these kinds of things happen. And there's a lot of taxpayer money needed to build these kinds of things. And if you can use an SPMT that is way cheaper and it does the same thing, why not do that? We have Marcus Cooper, YO6JD. Thank you so much for your super chat. Going back to the animation, they showed, I have never believed that SpaceX would build an HLS Starship that would not return to Earth. Why would they do anything but put legs on the normal Starship or land on the flaps? Because it doesn't make sense to return an HLS Starship. So this the Starship that we saw fly around the moon is likely the variant that they are that they are designing for Mars. If you just want to have a Starship that ferries astronauts from Earth to the moon, to the lunar surface, it is actually better to build a Starship that doesn't have a heat shield, because the worst thing about spaceflight is having to leave Earth's gravity well. Bringing things up to speed is what costs the money. As soon as you're in space, you do not want to get rid of that speed again. You want to keep orbiting. You want to transfer to the moon in your orbit and then orbit that thing, but you do not want to have to get rid of the speed. That is the expensive part. Getting the payload to speed is what costs the money. So if you can, you want to keep it speeding. You want to keep it speeding forever. You do not want to land back on the planet. You want to bring as little mass to space as possible. So once the HLS Starship is in space, it's the best thing for it is to stay up there. And it doesn't need a heat shield for the moon. And the legs create extra weight that you would have to lift up to space every time. So the better way is to send somebody up to space with a different starship, make them dock, use the HLS Starship to fly to the moon, the special tool for the moon. That's what HLS Starship is. So yes, the idea is absolutely to have HLS Starship. The HLS Starship is not going to have a heat shield. I would be very surprised if it would. That's the nice thing about reuse. You can have special tools and you keep reusing them. You keep them sped up around Earth or the moon or wherever they need to be. And they never touch any surface, or in the moon's case, they can, because the moon has very little gravity and no atmosphere. So it doesn't cost that much energy to speed up again. But with Earth, anything that left Earth and you can reuse it in space, you want to do that. You do not want to land it back on Earth again. The end goal should actually be to build spacecrafts in space. You don't even want to. You want to get your resources in space and have a hangar, a shipyard in orbit that builds Starship in space. That would be the best case scenario for later on. But we're a couple of decades away from that. It'll take some time. But that would be the end goal: is to have as little transfer between surface down here on Earth and space. Only people. That should be the only transfer. Everything else should be produced in space. We have OG Funka. You want to do that one again?
Sure. How do they eventually expect to launch every day and every hour with frequent bad weather keeps them grounded for test flights? Is it less dangerous with a production rocket? No, the weather will still definitely be an issue, but we will have a whole lot of change when they want to go into this hourly cadence. That means they will need a lot of different launch facilities. We see them being built right now, the second pad at Starbase, the pads at Florida. They are building pads at 2 sites already. Then we got Pecan Island? What was it called?
Pecan. I learned
Yeah.
from Jordan, who is from Louisiana. He gave me a brief. I butchered it miserably on the episode. I said pecan. I said Pecan Island in the Arcadia region, and it was all wrong. It's Pecan.
Okay,
Pecan Island.
So the new facility at Pecan Island, which would basically be huge. And the thing is, you will see different towers and different spots. They will be far away. They will be able to launch whenever it's favorable. And it does not even mean that they will have to be able to launch once an hour from every tower. That would be pretty much insane, but in the end they could. If they really get to the point where they can just refill, they can rapidly just use the rockets again. And since the main task for it is just bringing up satellite constellations, time is not that much of an essence. If you have to launch that group a day later, it doesn't really matter. So I think the overall cadence, when you count it down for these 10,000 flights a year, does not really care about bad weather on a specific day on a specific location.
Yeah, if you get to that point, you're launching a lot. If it really is a problem to have to wait a few hours because of bad weather, because then you're not meeting your quota, wow, we're at a point where spaceflight is way more active than it is nowadays. But yeah, and I also think there's a fun anecdote. The first time I ever saw a rocket launch in person was CRS-20. I'm, of course, never going to forget that. It's their first launch, burns itself into your head. And it was incredible. I watched it from a boat outside. The boat drove out of Port Canaveral, and we watched it out from the ocean. And it was incredible. And before we went onto that boat and drove out onto the ocean, we watched the palm trees in Port Canaveral. We were standing there together and watched the palm trees go in the wind like this. And I was like, all right, this is never going to launch today. This is not favorable weather. There's a lot of wind and SpaceX is never going to launch this. And then I saw Elon Musk tweet on X, I kid you not, saying, hey, you know what? We're going to launch today no matter the weather because we want to push the envelope. We want to see if the Falcon 9 actually does it, if it can go through those gusty winds. And it did. They launched it and it went just fine, and it reached the ISS and everything was great. And that tells you something about SpaceX. They are always willing to push the envelope. They are always willing to try and see if their rocket can do more than what everybody was used to before. So I would not be surprised if at some point we see Starships launch in weather that right now would absolutely be unfavorable. Just because they know that the Starship can deal with the winds and that the engines are strong enough and that the cumulus cloud 10 miles away is not going to harm them. And then they launch. The more regular these flights will get, the more regular the process will get as well. There's not going to be a launch license that needs to be acquired in a lengthy process and so on and so forth. They will be able to just adjust their launches on the fly. Otherwise, this kind of launch cadence isn't possible. And the regulatory body is already adjusting towards this because everybody wants SpaceX to be able to do that. So they're going to change the rules and the processes and make it more flexible and more streamlined. And then bad weather becomes less and less of a problem because it is less and less of a problem to shift the launch by an hour or two. I think that's what it's going to come down to. And again, if that hour or two is a problem, you have a lot of launch quota, and that's what I want to see anyway. So I would love for them to, even if it sounds strange, I would love for them to reach that point where they can't wait an hour or two. Okay, so we're 9 minutes away from possibly having a go no go decision here on fueling. So stay with us. For anybody who has just joined us, we're at 16,700 people. We're right now answering questions from the chat. So if you write #question and put a question behind it, we are going to answer it as quick as we can. If you want to be bumped up in the list of waiting questions, attach it to a super chat. We do prioritize those because any direct support is much appreciated. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. It is very, very important for us. I know we content creators say this with like a never-ending mantra, but that is because it is absolutely for free and it helps us a lot. If you want to go even further, subscribe to the channel, which is absolutely amazing, and it'll make me and my wife and everybody else on the team dance like crazy because we love, like every time we reach another 1,000 subscribers, it's like a little birthday present for me, and it's never really stopped since I started the channel. It's absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for doing that. If you want to go even further than that, you can become a channel member or a patron. With that, you get access to tens of thousands of images at this point, because we post a gallery of 4K resolution images almost every day for all our supporters. You'll get access to ad-free episodes and so on and so forth, all sorts of things, direct chat with me, our Discord server for the fans. All these things are connected to the membership. Thank you so much for that. I don't want to spend more time with this because I know it's annoying, but it does help us, and that's why I keep saying it. And so we're going to answer a few more questions until SpaceX gives us any sort of answer on the fueling process, which should now be 7 minutes away. So we're getting close. And then we're another 20 minutes away from SpaceX going live with their own live stream, and that at that point we become quiet because what SpaceX says is very important, and I don't want to talk over them. And so we normally go into quiet mode until SpaceX starts entering the coast phase and things like that, and we can actually say something. So don't worry, if you want to listen to what SpaceX has to say, we are going to be very quiet while SpaceX talks. Okay, then we have Ameritoast 5174. Very nice nickname. Thank you so much for the super chat. Isn't Starship currently limited payload size shape due to it only having a PEZ dispenser? It can only launch Starlink satellites. Absolutely. Because that's the most important goal for SpaceX. Their priority isn't to cater to a market of customers right now with Starship. Their goal is to get Starship to deploy their own in-house made satellites. And those are these typical, it's a very elongated design. They are very, very flat. It's not a typical design. Most satellites are actually boxes. SpaceX, though, decided to make them flat so that they can stack them, which is very, very smart. And that enables them to release dozens of satellites at the same time with Falcon 9 already. Same goal for Starship. So right now, SpaceX is absolutely focusing on deploying their own satellites. That does not mean that is going to stay that way. As soon as this reliably works, you're going to see prototypes with doors, with payload doors, to be able to deploy any sort of other payload, because there are customers that are very interested in using Starship, like Vast, Axiom, Gravitix. There are a few very well-funded companies extremely interested in. Jonathan has just popped in using Starship as a lift.
So we just saw a tweet from SpaceX 50 seconds ago, and that they are go for prop load.
Whoa!
That is 5 minutes early. Why is it 5 minutes
Yeah.
early?
It was a few minutes early yesterday as well.
It was. Okay, so that means we can all start crossing our fingers again because SpaceX is going to start fueling. That doesn't mean they're fueling right now. So fueling should be 10 minutes away roughly. We're going to show a nice graphic as well, as long as SpaceX isn't live yet, so you can see how the tanks are filling. That process takes 39 minutes from the beginning of fueling. There it is. Shout out to Cris. Schiffersoft, he made this graphic for us. He's a close friend of mine, and he's been with us for a long time. He has his own shenanigans going, and he is a very, very talented guy. He does 3D printing. I do have a lot of his. I don't want to run away from the camera right now, but I don't even know where I have all of them because we're packing already because I'm about to move soon, but that's another topic. But yeah, shout out. There you go. That's Chris's work when he's not doing these tank animations. He is producing extremely well done patches that he 3D prints, and he is a god with it. It's absolutely amazing. So shout out to you, Cris. Thank you so much for the graphic. Okay. Let's speed answer a few more questions. We have so much support coming in. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. The everyday guy, S3E, thank you so much for your super chat. Let me just bring your question up here as well. I'm gonna push this little button here. Has the new Pad 2 storage and plumbing successfully met the fast fueling targets required to ship to high cadence rapid reusability? Yes. One of the biggest changes about the pad infrastructure is that SpaceX split up the fueling process on the booster. The ship is largely still the same process, but the booster now has two connections, one for methane and one for oxygen, which enables SpaceX to fuel it even faster. And since you can even optically tell that the booster has more fuel than the rocket, than the upper stage, that was the limiting factor. They're both fueled at the same time. And now that they can fuel the booster faster, they can fuel it about at the same time as they can fuel the upper stage. And that was where they could shave off even more speed. They installed even more pumps in the fuel farm to give it even more filling rate. And they can fuel the entire thing in 39 minutes. I am not sure if you can fuel an airliner in 39 minutes, actually. I think that takes longer.
Depending on the airliner.
I think so, right? It takes longer to fuel an airliner than it takes SpaceX to fuel a Starship rocket. Another good example is it takes NASA 10 hours from beginning of fueling to ignition. It takes them 5 to 6 hours to fuel the rocket, and then another 4 hours of replenishment while the rocket is waiting on the pad. So SpaceX has extremely streamlined the process of getting a rocket ready for flight. 39 minutes is nothing for more than 5,000 tons of fuel. It's nuts. If you could see the tanks on the inside while the rocket is fueling, your jaw would drop, seeing that much fuel being moved that quickly. There's an animation here from Elliot that shows you the transfer tube in the middle. The reason why that is filling up in red is because that symbolizes methane, and the blue is symbolizing oxygen. So the upper tank is methane and the lower tank is oxygen, and the entirety of that fuel transfer tube is methane tank as well. So that is technically the part above the oxygen tank and the tube in the middle of the oxygen tank both is the methane main tank, because that fuel transfer tube is so large it has a meaningful volume which is used as propellant tank as well during the flight, so that empties as well as the rocket empties its tanks, and they fill the entire thing in 39 minutes, which is absolutely nuts. There's somebody saying A380 takes 1.5 to 2 hours exactly. So a Starship fills up in a quarter of that time. It's nuts. It's absolutely incredible. So yeah, I do think that fulfills rapid reuse cadence. The fueling is not going to be the bottleneck, which is quite insane if you know how long it takes other rockets to fuel. We have HP World. Thank you so much for your super chat. Let's go. There's nothing to add to that. We just got the go, no-go decision. So SpaceX is actively, it's so nice. As soon as you see that tower vent become smaller, we know that they started the fueling process. We'll keep a watch out for that. And here's the thriller starting again. We have D86 Bar B. Thank you so much for your super chat. So like your video twice a week. Thanks a lot, Felix, and all the white team. Big support from Jerusalem, David. Thank you so much. Lots of love to Jerusalem. You can't, I know it sounds silly, but you can't imagine how important it is for you to press that like button. It's stupid. And it's all down to us fighting the algorithm, the almighty YouTube algorithm. And if that algorithm doesn't get the signal, it thinks you didn't like it. You know, you didn't care to push that button, so it can't have been that great. And so it shows you another video. So for us creators, content creators, it is essential that you push that stupid little button. So thank you so much for doing that twice a week. It enables us to keep going with our crazy hobby here, which I still, after 7 years, I still don't believe what we're actually doing here. It's a joy. We have Watson 5574 if you want to do that one, Cris.
Sure. Felix, how would you take a ride in a SpaceX rocket if given a chance? Would you take? No, how did you take? Love watching. Yeah, Felix, would you?
Yeah. I wouldn't fly to Mars. I've had that question quite a few times and that's not because I don't want to go to Mars. It's just because in the beginning, it's going to be extremely dangerous to go to Mars. And even though I really do love spaceflight, I'm not, you know, I'm kind of a normal dude in risk. I might even actually be willing to take a lot of risk. I'm a pilot. I do paramotoring and all that crazy stuff. So I've done all sorts of crazy things in my life, but flying to Mars is even crazier than the craziest stuff I've ever done in my life. Absolutely. So I would probably shy away from that. But I would love to go to low Earth orbit. I would love to go to the moon. If anybody out there in the rocket industry is seeing this and they're like, oh yeah, we do have a seat to spare, please do consider me.
If they do have like a little space in the trunk, just call me, please.
We'll hug each other while we go up.
Okay, I'm up for that.
Exactly. So yes, it would take me half a second to respond with a yes if somebody would ask me if I want to go to space. Absolutely. 100%. So much. Eddie Marici, thank you so much for your super chat. Everything will go as expected, 100% success. You heard it right there. Nothing to add. Thank you so much for the support. That's exactly what I want to see today. Hubert Stapler, that sounds very German. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question, can you go over the 4 version 3 ships that SpaceX showed on their diagram yesterday during their broadcast? If I remember correctly, that was the normal Starship that we see here right now on the pad. And the camera is frozen, and I'm wondering why. And I hope everything's okay. There we go. So that's the Starship that we see here on the pad right now. That's version number 1. Then we have version number 2, which is the fuel depot. That is used to store fuel in space. So when they start doing their in-orbit fueling businesses, the plan is not to have a Starship fly up to HLS, deliver a little bit of propellant, fly back down, another one comes, delivers a little bit of propellant. The goal is to have them dock to a depot Starship, which is slightly larger, slightly extended tanks so that it can store even more fuel, and it just stays in low Earth orbit, coasts there. Every now and then a Starship comes up to the fuel depot Starship, docks with it, leaves fuel, goes back down, but the fuel depot never comes back down to Earth again. It just boosts its orbit occasionally to stay up there, kind of like the ISS, but it stays in space forever. It doesn't have flaps or a heat shield or anything. It just stays up there to store fuel. That's variant number 2. Variant number 3 is the HLS Starship. Right, that's the one that they need to land on the moon. It's another special version. It's white for thermal reasons. It doesn't have a heat shield. It doesn't have flaps. It has life support. Its whole payload bay isn't supposed to support Starlink satellites, but actual crew and payload that gets delivered to the moon. And what is the 4th variant that they showed?
You had 4. You had the tanker, you had the depot, you had the HLS, and you had the regular one.
Okay, so there you go. That's the 4. I was confused. I was saying, and now I've explained the HLS Starship. What's the 4th one? So that's the 4 variants. And all 4 are essential for everything that SpaceX is planning with Starship in the future. So they'll have to develop all of those. And the simplest version is very likely the tanker Starship. That is literally just a Starship without everything, just extended tanks as much as you can. As much fuel storing capacity as you could possibly put into a slightly extended Starship hull, and it's going to be sent up with a little bit of fuel inside. The payload margin, like 100 tons or so, are going to already be left inside when it's parked in low Earth orbit, and then there's going to be Starships filling it up That's the next thing we're going to see. As soon as they start docking them, we're going to see them shoot up a propellant depot as well. It's relatively easy. Way easier than this Starship that you see on the rocket right there. We have Eelves 7256. Thank you so much for your super chat, Felix. When the rocket is launched, there is a huge vibration according to astronauts. Yes. Why is the image from the onboard camera very stable? Because of image stabilization. Cameras these days are very, very good at stabilizing an image. So the vibration that they actually use, as far as I know, they still use GoPro cameras on Starships. They definitely did use GoPro cameras in the early days, and I do think they still do. It's not sponsored. I'm not sponsored by GoPro, and SpaceX likely isn't either. But I do know for a fact that at some point they did use GoPro cameras. So it's either that or a very similar technology, and you have image stabilization, electronic and mechanical image stabilization built into the camera, and that stabilizes the image, and that's why you don't see much vibration. That's the entire reason. It's the same thing as your iPhone, and as you can see, they're very small at this point. So it's not that much weight, and you can put top grade 4K cameras in there that are like super tiny. Thanks to the smartphone industry, they gave us those incredibly smart cameras, incredibly small cameras.
Yeah, and again, we see that using non-space grade stuff is actually a good way to go forward.
Yeah, it's not a specialized high space grade NASA camera that costs $2 million. It's stuff off the shelf. As much as SpaceX can use, they will use stuff off the shelf. If it does the trick, that's all that's needed. Starlink antennas on the Starship upper stage to do the communication and all these kinds of things. As much as they can, they will use the cheapest and most widely available resource to build the rocket. That's the goal. Cujo8778, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you, Felix and Cris, for providing us with amazing explanations. Us rocket nerds might not always understand complex rocketry, but y'all help us become a little smarter with each question answered. And that is the core reason why I started the YouTube channel. And that's why I'm always saying there isn't a stupid question. A stupid question only exists for somebody who already knows the answer. But the person asking doesn't know the answer, and so it isn't a stupid question. And so every question is worth answering, and that's what we do twice a week. So thank you so much for having questions, and thank you so much for supporting us in answering them for you. It's the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life. I'm very proud of what we do here at Y. So thank you. Okay. We have Jamie Morgan 4503. Loving all the info you're giving out. Thanks, guys. So the same thing again. You're very, very welcome. Keep asking questions. We're glad to answer them for you. We have Epic Valleys still. Thank you so much for the super chat. This drink on me, Cris. So there you go.
Thank you and cheers.
I have this is the hometown that I lived in Germany before I moved to the United States. If anybody, I saw somebody from Bad Honnef earlier in the chat. So huge shout out to the Rhineland. I still miss you guys, and I'm always happy to come back. But I only have a coffee here, so.
Thank you very much.
Ben Leister, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for reading my chat. You're very, very welcome. Thanks for being here with us today. We have Carl Cronin. Thank you so much for the super chat. Felix and the team rock, love your coverage and time that you spend for us nerds, and it is a lot of time. At some point, in the early days of the channel, I was the one guy doing everything. Can you imagine? I wrote the script, I recorded it, I edited, and I released the thing, and that was roughly 80 hours per video, and I did 2 per week. I didn't do that for long, I gotta say, because it was absolutely insane. And at some point, my wife was like, you cannot keep living like this. And then she started helping me, and I'm very, very happy about it. And that's how the team got bigger and bigger and bigger over time. And at this point, I think it's a solid 200 hours or so that goes into each and every episode combined from the entire team. It's nuts. So every time you're wondering why it takes us 2 or 3 days to bring out an episode, keep in mind that there's at least 150, sometimes even over 200 hours of work in each and every 20-minute video. So yes, there's a lot of time spent on this. I've been saying that for a while now as well. I'm probably going to soon, dear patrons and channel members, I am very soon going to do a rundown of how we actually produce our videos in the background. This is going to be a fun thing to make, with a walkthrough of the studio, and everybody on the team will be able to give their minute or two of describing what they're actually doing and so on and so forth. It's a project I wanted to do for some time, and I'm very likely going to release that hopefully within the next 2 or 3 months. We have Jews81. Thank you so much. Felix needs a kiss. Thank you very much. Maybe my wife is going to come up to give me a kiss. She's definitely going to give me a kiss after the stream. That is for sure. Thank you so much. I'm flattered. We have irksome Joker. I butchered this one. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, love you guys. Do you think the flap burn through during the re-entry is deliberate testing or a design challenge they have to overcome? I am very sure it's a design challenge. What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, we need intact flaps if we want to use that thing again. And I don't think that their rapid reuse entails that they're changing the flaps regularly. That would just make no sense.
So we should have just entered fueling as well, by the way, just on the side, just as a random thing on the side. We should very soon see frost lines build up and so on and so forth. Maybe do we have, yeah, exactly, closer up view from Sand Monster. That's another fun fact in the background. All our cameras have a nickname. So the camera you're viewing through right now is internally in the team is known as Sand Monster because it is sitting on a sandy dune. And there's a fun story involving Jordan there actually in the background. Maybe I'm going to tell that to the patrons as well at some point. We have a lot of fun making these videos, that's for sure. So this is Sand Monster you're viewing there. And as you can see, the reason why we selected this location for that camera is because it can see right into the flame trench, which gives us the ability to see anything that's happening under the rocket, like engine chill and the detonation suppression system and all these kinds of things. We can very well see those in that tunnel vision there under the rocket, which is amazing. I love it every time. It's not that good for static fires because as soon as the rocket ignites, you have a plume completely obstructing the entire view. But before that, this is a very, very nice view. And here we'll be able to tell if there's frost lines forming, and that should happen rather soon. I hope so, at least. Okay, so Sand Monster aside, so that is definitely a design challenge, yes. And I'm SpaceX. You can even see it already. SpaceX has heavily redesigned the flaps several times since they started actually re-entering starships. So they're actively working on it, and they do not want them to burn through. No, this isn't just them testing out stuff. This is them trying to defeat the evil burn that is re-entry plasma. It's a tough challenge to overcome, especially if you want to have it rapidly reused. Yep, there we go. The upper stage is already fueling. There's some liquid oxygen in the tank already. Soon we should see a frost line forming. Ryan, let me bring him up in the... there you go. So the fueling animation it needs to go away for us to display the messages. Ryan W. Schneeberger. Schneeberger sounds very German, but it is dollars, so you probably had German ancestry. That is really cool. Thank you so much for the super chat. Keep up the great work, Felix. Welcome to Florida from another Floridian. Thank you so much. Florida is epic. I know it's known as the crazy state in the United States, but I do really like the Floridians. I got to give it to the Floridians. You're some crazy special people. I really like being here. So thank you so much for welcoming me in the crazy state that is Florida, and an amazing place for any rocket enthusiast. The Cape, if you have never been here, it is worth the trip. It is worth getting on an plane and flying around the entire globe to witness what's happening here, because this is the only place where at this scale spaceflight is happening almost twice or thrice a week. It's nuts, and it's going to get even crazier when starships fly out of Cape Canaveral. It's really spectacular. Save the Nation 3865. Thank you so much for your super chat. Any further details on the gentleman going to circle Mars and return? Will he be alone? Oh, Chris, if you want to take that one.
Well, first of all, we don't know. That's the one thing. The other thing is, I'm 100% sure that he's not, because this would literally be cruelty to shove a human being into
Oh
total
no,
isolation for
no,
over a year just to have like a couple hours looking down on Mars. So I
no.
believe that it's going to be a crew. We have a nice ship. We have a lot of space. That's the one thing you also have to understand about Starship, about the human version of it. This is a big one. This is not like everybody's crammed into a capsule like we've seen on Orion. This is like a real living space. It's a small space station. It's not even a small space station as we found out before. It's pretty much ISS space, and so they can have a nice environment in there. And there will be a crew of people. They will be carefully selected, and I don't think that ever anybody should even be forced to go into a
No.
different planet alone. Oh,
I do
Jonathan.
have good
You
news
are you
here.
the bringer of good news?
Yes.
I think I am. So SpaceX just confirmed on X that prop load is underway. So we're getting
Yes.
closer and closer today.
Very
Nice.
nice. All right, now let's just cross our fingers, everybody, for them to actually launch it today. Yeah, there you go. I have exactly the same opinion about that, about the answer for that question. I would be very surprised if it was just one person. I expect them to send at least 3, 4, or 5 people, something like that. And it's going to be glorious because they are
Yeah.
going to live stream from inside the Starship, and we're going to, trust me, we're going to talk about every minute of footage they send back home. It's going to be incredibly interesting. The first time humanity takes a journey like this, it's going to be like
Already
nothing
got my
else
goose.
before. It is going to be like nothing else before. I'm so looking forward to it. Nathan Kill Collins, thank you so much for your super chat. How much do you think the initial IPO for SpaceX, come on, will be, and will it change how they approach Starship operations? So the reason why I said, come on, is not because it's a stupid question, it's just because I don't want to talk about this IPO. I am in this because of the rocket, because of spaceflight. I know it is an important topic, and I don't want to give out any financial advice here. Up front, I'm not a good financial advisor. My strength is in other things. I think I'm doing a reasonable job, but that's basically it. So do not take my advice in anything finances. And I do hope that this is not going to influence anything SpaceX does. But I've, of course, followed the news. And the news is that Elon Musk is going to keep all the decisions to him. They are going to do an IPO, and everybody will be able to buy stocks, but the decision making stays with Elon Musk. And I do think, even though he is a quirky character, that's the right decision to be made, because he is the reason why all this is happening. No matter what you think about Elon Musk, he is and stays the reason why all this is happening. So I do think that he should stay the guy in charge and the guy who has the final say. And that's exactly what's happening. So I don't think that this IPO is going to change SpaceX's course in any way. No. Especially because SpaceX's course already is extremely lucrative. You can see already that Starlink is financing something crazy as Starship, and they're not bleeding money. SpaceX is profitable, even though Starship isn't profitable yet. Even though they're pushing billions of dollars into researching Starship, they're still profitable. So SpaceX is extremely profitable, and I think that's going to stay. And that is the most important thing for anyone investing in stocks, it's profit. And so as long as that stays, I sincerely hope there is not going to be any change. I sincerely hope it. Brian1395, thank you so much for your super chat. Woke my son up at 4 a.m. here in Thailand so we could witness history together. He is so stoked. He said, so worth it. Thank you for explaining all this for us. So shout out to your son, and I hope you're going to stay awake at 4:30 in the morning in Thailand. It's probably already 5 now. Stay awake. We're mere minutes away from an ignition, from a possible ignition, and it's going to be so worth it. So stay awake, stay with us, and thank you so much for motivating your son to watch this. It's amazing. It's an incredible thing to happen. Another one from Ryan Schneeberger, Ryan W. Schneeberger. Thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, have you read the Iron Banks Culture Series books yet? No, I have not. And that's the books that that SpaceX derives its names from for the barges, for their autonomous drone ships, and anything that floats on the ocean at SpaceX gets their, or not all of it. We have Doug and Bob, but all of their drone ships, I think, get their names from that book series, and I have not yet. No, I unfortunately don't have much time to read, so I should just maybe listen to the audiobook or something. I'm a very busy person. But yeah, there are a few things. Like, actually, Cris gave me a book recently, and I haven't read that yet either. It's on my nightstand, though. I promise I'm going to read it. It's a matter of time. It really is. Wyatt is keeping me very busy. It really is. Okay, we have a WT Dorlac. Thank you so much for your super chat. How can Blue Origin realistically compete with Starlink in 5 years when SpaceX already has thousands of satellites in orbit, millions of users, and a massive reusable rocket lead? I don't see it. LYA. LYA? Love you all. Yeah, we have to be quick because we can see SpaceX is already going online, so I'm going to keep it quick, but I'm going to answer more questions during the coast phase. The simple answer is it's going to be insanely hard for everybody else. SpaceX is working towards a monopoly here, which I am not a big fan of. I do think that monopoly is never a good thing, even if it's SpaceX. So I'm really hoping that they will be able to compete. It's important to be able to compete. And if nobody is able to compete, a regulatory body should actually step in and make people be able to compete. Monopolies are bad. They always are. And I've never seen a monopoly that's good. And so it's a tough thing. It's a tough question. I hope they are going to be able to compete. It's going to be very hard, though, because SpaceX is doing an insanely good job. And that's what it comes down to. It's not even SpaceX being early. Everybody was able to see what they're doing. Nobody did it, though, because nobody believed. And SpaceX has this Elon Musk factor, this guy all the way on top who says, I believe. No, we're going to do this. Excitement guaranteed. Let's do it. Yep, SpaceX is coming. There you go.
Currently 5:01 p.m. Central Time, and we are just 28 and a half minutes away from the first flight of SpaceX's next generation vehicle, Starship version 3. Yesterday's launch attempt was scrubbed due to a hydraulic pin on the pad tower that wouldn't retract. But good news, the teams were able to resolve that issue, and we're proceeding ahead with attempt number 2 and blue skies to boot. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Manager of Quality Systems Engineering.
And I'm Jake Berkowitz, a Lead Propulsion Engineer. And today we're coming to you live once again from just outside the production floor at Star Factory, where the team's preparing for Starship's 12th test flight.
Yeah, yesterday was certainly a nail biter as we recycled to the T-minus 40 second hold a couple of times. And while we unfortunately weren't able to lift off, keep in mind that this is the first flight of a completely redesigned vehicle. So we actually learned a lot in what became a wet dress rehearsal yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. And Starship version 3 has undergone significant upgrades, taking everything we've learned from the previous 11 flights to make a vehicle capable of full and rapid reusability.
We're debuting a new launch pad, new booster, new ship, and new engines, just to name a few.
Yeah, that's right. And as a member of the Raptor team, I can tell you we're all super excited to finally see the newest generation of Raptor engines, also V3, take flight today.
I love that view looking up under the Super Heavy. Now, Raptor and Starship version 3 are designed to enable us to send payloads and eventually people all the way to the moon and Mars.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we're planning to put Starship to work on future flights by launching bigger and more powerful Starlink version 3 satellites, which aim to substantially increase capacity in orbit, strengthen the network, and deliver an improved experience for customers.
Now, turning our attention back to today, our primary objective for Flight 12 is to put these new redesigns all together in a real live flight environment. From the outside, a lot might look familiar on Starship, but beneath the surface, it's all new. As we've said before, Starship is still a developmental program. What we're doing today is a test. We launch to learn, and we test like we fly.
Yeah, and it's really the data we're expecting to get back from today's flight that will bring us closer to making Starship operational and unlocking the next generation of our future in space. So, no matter the outcome of today's test flight, excitement is guaranteed.
Now let's head a couple floors upstairs where Dan Hewitt is just outside our Launch Control Center. How's it going up there today, Dan?
It's going great, Kate. Everybody, welcome back for round 2. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. We're looking good for a launch today. Do you want to do a quick summary, though, of what we saw yesterday, how we got back to launch? It's a really good example of all of the different moving parts that have to work together to get a rocket off the pad. About halfway up that tower, you see an arm that holds all of the propellant connections into the ship. It's also set up so it kind of pushes against the ship to help make sure that we have a really good connection, and it stays attached when we unlatch that quick disconnect. There's a pin in the arm near where that attaches to the tower that has to be removed before the arm can swing away for launch. It's important to remember there's a lot of benefit to not release the arm too early or too late, and a lot of hardware that has to work in concert in very, very short time frames. We started to unpin it. Releasing that tension caused some motion in the arm that triggered a hold, and that put the pin back in. Then that got us into a bit of a tug of war between systems on the tower that rely on hydraulic pressure to work. Really, the arm trying to keep its pressure on the ship and trying to pull that pin out. You saw we made a couple of attempts to fix the issue, eventually got the pin to start retracting again, but hit the same motion hold. Ultimately ran out of time. The team, though, made some hardware, some software changes to get us into a better position to fly today. We had the tower team up there last night. They welded in some hardware that's going to cut down on the motion of the arm as it's pushing back when the pin's released. And getting all the data we saw on how this hardware interacts in those critical moments, went in, looked at our software, all of our logic, see where we were overly conservative, where we may have had holds built on the wrong readings or the wrong times. Overall, though, really fast work by the engineering teams put us in a position for flight today. Heroic work by our logistics teams to get all the propellant out there. But things are looking really good for launch at the moment. Right behind me, all of the flight controllers on console, looking at the rocket, looking at the pad, looking at the range, all the systems as we count down to liftoff. Propellant load is underway. You can see the rocket getting frosty. We're on track to launch at the top of our window at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Weather has been gorgeous. Thank you to everybody who was outside yelling at clouds that got us weather yesterday. It extended into today, and we are looking at a green range right now. Functionally, today's countdown, identical to yesterday. It looks very similar to previous Starship flight tests. Some minor differences in timing on things like when we start propellant load, when the water starts flowing on the diverter, when our engines start up. But all the hardware is new booster, new ship, new engines, new pad. Let's do another quick look at everything that's debuting today with Starship version 3. As Kate noted, some of the outside will look familiar, but we've made extensive upgrades across the entire system. Big picture, because Starship's still very, very big. It's just over 407 feet tall, fully stacked, a little bit taller than version 2, have more propellant in both stages. On the bottom half, our super heavy booster has some visible structural changes on the outside. On its top, we've got an integrated hot stage now, got rid of the one-time use one, so we're doing that for reusability. The ship's Raptor engines are going to be igniting directly into the top of the booster. That's where you're looking right now. All of that force and heat offset by the pressure inside the booster's fuel tank and a thin layer of non-structural steel. The grid fins on the booster, which we used to steer on descent, went from 4 down to 3, but we made them 50% larger. Higher strength, also use them for lift, and we'll use them for catch on future missions when we bring the booster back. We redesigned the fuel transfer tube inside the booster. That's what's sending all of that massive amount of liquid methane down to those 33 engines, lets us light all 33 at the same time and have faster, more reliable flips. The bottom of the booster looks very different with those Raptor 3 engines. We deleted all of the bulky engine shrouds from previous generations, all of the prop, avionics hardware, everything for that super tightly integrated now, protected by much slimmer shielding. Up on the second stage, Starship version 3 designed to carry massive orbital payloads up to 100 metric tons to Earth orbit, the Moon, and Mars. Biggest changes inside the vehicle itself. Propulsion system got a complete redesign, increased our propellant take volume, improved our steering on orbit. In the payload bay, the PEZ dispenser is supercharged. That's going to increase the deploy speed for each of our satellites. We've got 22 payload deployables in there today. It's the heaviest we've ever carried on Starship. Eventually, we'll have up to 60 planned of those Starlink V3 satellites. Also on the ship, we added docking ports. There's 2 right below the payload bay door, 2 near the bottom. That's going to enable us to have starships link up in orbit for propellant transfer. Also modified the connection point in the ship to facilitate that. So a lot of upgrades tip to tail, and still powering it all is the Raptor 3. Now, those engines are manufactured in Hawthorne, California, tested in McGregor, Texas, redesigned their ignition system, bumped up the thrust in the sea level and the vacuum engines, and then took all of the sensors, feed lines, controllers, everything that was kind of the busy sections around Raptors 1 and 2, and either deleted them or internally integrated and protected them inside the engine. That dramatically cut down on the weight, made it easier for those to manufacture. So, just an incredible amount of effort from the world's best engineering team getting this rocket to the pad, ready to launch today. I'm going to stop talking for a little bit. That was a lot. Send it back down to Kate and Jake for more on Pad 2.
Yeah, so like Dan was just saying, the team has been working hard on a brand new rocket, but we also redesigned the ground systems. And that brand new Pad 2 is making its debut today.
We took everything we learned from operating on Pad 1 to create this totally new launch pad. Pad 2 is optimized for full and rapid reusability. We've upgraded our propellant farm with much more storage and more pumps to enable super fast filling for launch and relaunch. And on the tower, we changed to shorter chopsticks. That's the black assembly there at the top of the tower, and that enables even faster motion to better track vehicles flying in for catch.
Yeah, and we also changed the actuators driving those chopsticks from hydraulics to 100% electromechanical, increasing their speed, redundancy, and reliability. On the ground, the launch mount was also completely redesigned, and if I had to describe it in one word, I'd say robust. But it's also smarter. We've separated the fuel and aux systems into different compartments and repositioned the booster quick disconnects to be out of the vehicle's plume during liftoff.
And as you can see there on your screen, we also have a new bidirectional flame diverter and a new top deck flame deflector to eliminate metal wearing down. So we said goodbye to the pancake. However, this will help us get to 0 refurbishment between launches. Now, this pad is still built for maximum safety and fast turnaround because making life multiplanetary will require launching a lot of starships. Now, it's currently T-minus 18 minutes and 38 seconds. We're going to hop over to Hawthorne for a moment for more on Starlink with Tyler Lionquist. Tyler?
Hey, Kate, thank you so much. I'm Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. And we're excited to be back here in Hawthorne, ready for another attempt at a launch today. So as we talked about yesterday, on today's flight, we're deploying 20 Starlink simulators, plus 2 modified Starlink satellites, which our team internally refers to as Dodger Dogs, because they stretch the V2 Mini satellite propellant tank so that it sticks out from both ends of the satellite. And the Dodger Dog serves as a tech demo between the V2 and the V3 Starlink satellites, and acts as a platform for testing V3 components. Now, the larger V3 satellites aim to greatly expand our network capacity, while V3 hardware is designed to support faster Wi-Fi and improved broadband speeds for our customers while providing significant capacity upgrades from the V2 Mini. So, in addition to delivering future V3 satellites to the Starlink network, Starship is also planned to launch our AI satellites. And as you may have seen during the TerraFab event in Austin a few months ago, Elon laid out the path to revolutionize cloud computing and AI infrastructure, leveraging the unlimited power of the sun, targeting 100 gigawatts to 1 terawatt of AI computing power annually. And from there, we're looking at connectivity beyond our planet too. Building on the technologies used to connect people on Earth, the Starlink team is exploring using Starlink to enable high bandwidth connectivity around the moon. With a constellation of satellites designed to connect to user terminals on the lunar surface, we could relay data back to our Starlink constellation in Earth orbit. So traditionally, deep space comms have relied on radio frequency transmission. But this new design would use lasers to relay data back to Earth, which can massively increase the bandwidth available to future lunar missions. We currently have thousands of lasers operating in our Starlink constellation around Earth, and deploying that technology around the moon could connect it with hundreds of terabits of capacity. Together, this could provide the connectivity backbone between the Earth and the moon, and enable gigabit connectivity anywhere on the lunar surface, providing data for rovers, habitats, and astronauts, and hopefully some incredible views for us back on Earth too. So all of that adds up to a lot of satellites. But the good news is there's still plenty of space in space. That said, the Starlink team takes space safety extremely seriously and works hard to encourage best practices across the entire industry so space stays open for as many people as possible. In fact, just yesterday, the Starlink team published a new update on Starlink.com to encourage all satellite operators to better coordinate and follow best practices to keep space safe. So for more on safety, go to starlink.com/updates. And with that, let's kick it back over to Kate and Jake and Starbase for today's mission profile.
Thanks, Tyler. Now let's dive into the flight profile for today's test. As we've mentioned already a couple times, there are numerous redesigns making their debut today across the entire launch vehicle. In light of this, we want to keep our learning focused on all of that new hardware and software. So we're running a flight profile that's similar to past Starship flights in order to minimize any new variables.
Yeah, that's right. So as always, we start with liftoff, where Super Heavy ignites 33 of those brand new Raptor 3 engines. We power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation, where the booster shuts down all but 5 sustainer engines. Stage 2 then lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy, where we see stage separation, debuting the integrated hot stage, directional booster flip, and engine relight for boost back using 33 engines. And after coasting for a few minutes, the booster today will target a landing burn and soft splashdown a few miles off from the coast of Starbase.
Ship keeps it going with ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory. Then we'll deploy 20 Starlink simulator satellites and 2 Dodger Dogs, as we affectionately call them. We also plan to relight a single Raptor engine. Next will be reentry a few minutes later. For the first time in a while, we're intentionally not messing with Starship's Heatshield. At that point, we should have some amazing views of the ship's Technicolor reentry through Earth's atmosphere. If all of that goes as planned, we'll finish the test with a landing flip, a landing burn, and a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And in just a few moments, thanks to Starlink, we'll be going live to the Indian Ocean and chatting once again with the ship recovery team stationed out there.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. That's going to be totally awesome. But sit tight, because first we're going to go to Dan for a quick status check.
Yep. Hey, everybody. Good news. Still looking good. Range is green currently. We're expecting another update on that in just about 4 minutes. That should be our final determination. Weather continues to look amazing. Vehicle and pad both looking healthy. We are a little over 80% on fuel, 95 on LOX in the ship, and then a little more than 2/3 it's looking like on booster. So we are on track today, looking good for a launch right now at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, so we're going to do that right at the top of our window. Once again, though, we're going to be targeting to send Starship around the world for a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We had a really quick check-in yesterday with the Starship recovery team out there on station. They're helping us to maintain the range and a whole lot more. So let's jump back out there once more today. We've got Suren Sunai joining us live from the boat deck out in the Indian Ocean, a couple hundred miles off the coast of Australia. Suren, how's it going, man? Welcome to the Flight 12 webcast. How's everything looking out there in the landing zone?
Dan, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm not going to lie to you, it's a little rougher than it was yesterday. Nighttime, it's hard to see the horizon, but we're looking at about 10-foot seas, and see it. We're loving it, but it's rough.
All right, what's your job out there? I mean, you're out kind of in the middle of nowhere. What are you guys doing?
Wow. So, like as you mentioned, like it's usually a 500 to 600 nautical mile sail from shore. And our primary goal is as a range clearing group. So like we come out here and make sure there's no one else in the area so the rocket can launch. But that kind of allows us to do our second goal, which is to conduct imagery of the rocket as it reenters and as it splashes down. We get a lot of other data, but like the primary one is for sure imagery with an ensemble of maritime and aerial-based assets.
And talk to us a little bit, because it's evolved over time, kind of humble beginnings of getting those views, to talk us through where we've gotten to now today.
Yeah, I think some people know, but like the Markset bots are quite identifiable. That's the buoys that we use. And they were originally used as sailboat racers. And we kind of put them in as a Hail Mary attempt on Flight 5 to get imagery of the rocket as it came down. And we all thought it maybe would have worked, but we were super shocked and really pleased to see all of the buoys pointed right at the rocket as it came down, which was a testament to not only the scrappy engineering we were able to put together, but also the rocket's ability to land right on target. And then since then, we've kind of iterated more and more, and these buoys have become way more robust and have now a lot more data collection materials, not just visual imagery. And as a result, they kind of are the most mature versions they've ever been. And it's really cool because almost all the buoys that we're deploying even now for Flight 12, we just got them off our back deck a few hours ago, are the exact same ones that were used for Flight 5.
And I saw a couple of user terminals. How Starlink kind of playing a role in this entire operation?
Dan, I'm not gonna lie to you. If we didn't have Starlink out here, we would be screwed. Like just on like a usual basis of like working, we're allowed to like have calls with each other and like work on documents with each other, send things to each other in like a very timely manner because of the Starlink on the boat. But not only that, each one of these buoys is equipped with a standard Starlink Mini, the one you would just get from like ordering it commercially, and that allows us to not only operate the buoy remotely, but also to get live stream data and telemetry, which is honestly super useful, and I don't think we have another solution for it without Starlink.
All right, before I let you go, what's it like? You're out there, and then all of a sudden, Starship appears out of the sky. What's that feel like, man?
Dan, I can't lie to you. It feels awesome. Just like being on the boat, not seeing any land for miles and miles, and then hearing the Starship crack down with its sonic booms and watching it breach through the sky, it is one of the most magical feelings on Earth, and really excited to feel that again today.
All right, well, thanks, Surin. Good luck, man. Hopefully we're sending a rocket your way real soon. Thanks for joining us in, man. I'm going to send it now back down to Kate and Jake for the latest progress we're making at Cape Canaveral in Florida.
Thanks, Dan. Now, if we want to get to the moon and then Mars as fast as possible, there's really only one answer, and it's to launch a lot more rockets.
Yeah, and to do that, we're going to need a few more launch pads and support buildings, which is exactly what we're working on over in Florida. So originally built for Apollo and then the Space Shuttle, Launch Complex 39A has flown 126 Falcon missions since SpaceX reactivated the pad in 2017.
Yeah, I actually remember the day that we did that. I was able to host the live webcast for that first launch out of Pad 39A, and it was just so amazing to see that pad come back to life. And it's also exciting to see how today, almost 10 years later, the ongoing construction, as you see there on your screen, and the development that will bring a second launch tower to Launch Complex 39A. It's designed to expand our capabilities to support Starship launches in the future, while also continuing to support Falcon Heavy missions from the original Apollo Shuttle Falcon launch tower.
Yeah, and we're not done. We're also building a Starship launch pad at Slick 37. And to support the uptick in future launches, there's Gigabay, a giant assembly and maintenance facility designed to prep Starships ahead of Florida launches. And when complete, this huge structure aims to hold 24 work cells and over 800,000 square feet of workspace. It's going to be a big building.
So much space.
So yeah, SpaceX's future in Florida is quickly taking shape with our very first launches on the horizon.
Exactly. So. A horizon that aims for regular trips to the moon. And speaking of moon, we've got another special guest for you today. Dan, I think the last time you and I were on a webcast with this person was Polaris Dawn, as he was performing the very first commercial spacewalk.
That's right, Kate and Jared. I don't know if today will be quite as cool as doing a spacewalk, but we're going to try our best to make it as exciting. Thanks for joining us here today, man. You had a heck of an entrance on the way in.
It's great to be here. Yep, certainly great to do a little bit of a flyby. I think they should accompany all the great rocket launches, and we certainly got a great rocket out there on the pad. But wonderful to be back, and no surprise, it's always changing here. It looks amazing.
I was going to say, it's been a couple of years. What was your impression flying in? It just the lay of the land.
Well, I think it was actually maybe 10 months ago. I was here slinging pizzas. I got a new job now, but it was. There's been so much that's changed even since then. Yeah, the facilities look amazing. All the housing that's coming in here, and of course, you got 2 orbital launch pads out there and a rocket that's just looking fantastic, especially from the air. It's good.
Yeah, you said you got a new job. It's been a slow start to your first 6 months. I mean, you only sent humans around the moon for the first time since the Apollo days. Bill and I kind of nerded out a little bit. That was that was the last thing I worked on when I was at NASA. So seeing them go was just insane. Like, how's everybody feeling after the success of Artemis 2?
Well, I'd say I have the best job in the world, and I certainly work with an unbelievable team. I mean, as you know, that mission was a long time in the making. So I got to show up at the right time to see everybody put all that effort to put it in action. But what a great mission! Those 4 astronauts, you couldn't have had better ambassadors for humankind to the stars. I mean, they really brought us all along for 10 days, and we're getting ready for what comes next. We're going to start stacking Artemis 3. We got a lot of the hardware in the VAB already. We're hoping to even get out to the pad before the end of the year, do another wet dress. So,
all right.
And we're looking forward to seeing this thing fly, because hopefully at some point in the not too distant future, we're gonna join up in Earth orbit.
Yeah, what's coming up next, and ultimately, like, based on the moon, that's the big focus. Like, what's kind of the why? Like, why are we doing this for everybody?
Oh, well, I mean, and yes, we're certainly trying to get back to the moon, but what's coming up next? We're also building a moon base in parallel. And why are we doing that? Well, it's for a lot of the shirts I see around here, which is Occupy Mars. I mean, what a great opportunity. Go to the moon, return to the moon, build a moon base on the South Pole, interact with the water ice, right? Maybe work on some of those skills we're going to need when we're 4 days away from home for what we might need someday when we're 9 months away from home. But we got other things coming up too. You got Nancy Grace Roman, that telescope's going to launch later this summer. There's a lot of great, exciting things going on at NASA right now.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, SpaceX, we're custom built to try and make life multiplanetary. We're super honored, excited to be part of this entire Artemis program. Really excited to see Starship, sending people to the moon, all of the different pieces working together. It's going to be a really exciting future.
Oh, absolutely. Well, thanks for having me here. It's great to see everybody. Again, I know a lot of hard work leads up to a moment like this, so we're all rooting for you, and we're looking forward to meeting up next year in Earth orbit.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you jump back in there. We got about 4 minutes to go. Toss it back down to Kate and Jake.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we could listen to you guys yap about the moon pretty much all day. It's so inspiring to hear about the future of exploration on the moon. And if you caught the show yesterday, you also heard some more future space exploration news.
Yeah, that's right. From to Mission Commander Chun Wang will be one of the first humans to become an interplanetary traveler. Don't think I've ever said that word before. While also joining Starship's first mission to fly past the moon.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Amazing. In fact, that Dragon capsule that you saw there was Dragon Resilience. That is the same Dragon spacecraft that Administrator Isaacman flew in both Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn. So it's a good one. Now, Dan, we're now coming back into a terminal count again. Anticipation is definitely growing as we proceed towards our second attempt. Once again, this is the first flight. We're aiming to fly for the first time, Starship version 3. Massive upgrades across the vehicle that you see at the pad there, as well as the pad itself.
Mm-hmm. The good news is we've had a pretty quiet countdown today. We are looking at a green range still, not tracking any issues with our weather, with the vehicle, or with the pad for a launch. We are now getting into the phase where we're closing out prop load on the ship, and then booster is going to close out in about 15 seconds or so. Once we're fully done with this, you're looking at 11.5 million plus pounds of liquid propellant on board Starship and Super Heavy. We're going to get the pad itself ready, push back all of the propellant that's in those lines running from the farm up to the launch mount, just kind of harden the area and get it ready for launch. We're going to peek inside. Hopefully you see the engines do a little wiggle as we do our final steering check. That'll happen at T-minus 100 seconds, and then after we get through T-minus 40. If you tuned in yesterday, you're very familiar. If we need to hold, we can go into what's called rapid recycle, essentially, where we can hang out at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built in. We're only going to hold if there's an issue, not currently tracking one. They can pop up after we pass T-minus 40, but right now we're looking good. Hopefully going to move right past that.
And then once we do pass T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in quick succession. That is when the QD vent gate, or quick disconnect vent gate, will clear the gas commodity lines that connect the pad to the vehicles. Both the ship and the booster will configure their comm systems for flight and will rapidly run leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. And the booster goes to internal power, and its engines will get their final priming for launch, while the ship's engines begin their ascent bleed profile and arms the automatic flight safety system.
Yeah, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds.
Looks like we might be getting some engine wiggles here, as Dan mentioned earlier. These allow us to check out the thrust vector control actuators on these engines. It's important to make sure that they can steer.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And flame diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds and enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. If we have a hold close to T-minus 17 seconds, there's a chance we could recycle, but the closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes. We just heard we're at T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, so at this point in time, we're going to stop talking. We're going to let the rocket take over and listen to some amazing pad sounds of the first flight of Starship version 3.
And if you have the time, please do like and subscribe. We're really, really close to ignition. Fingers crossed for Starship Flight 12. Here's the 40-second.
All right, we are holding. We were just waiting for the fuel pushback to complete into the prop farm. We did hear that did just complete, so expecting them to reset that hold shortly.
Thank you. Please.
Clock, the hold is reset, clock is rolling.
Fingers crossed.
Flight directors go for launch.
We'll go for launch. And yesterday we haven't been this far. We weren't at 20 seconds. So cross your fingers, everybody. Cross your fingers. We are proceeding. Come on. Yes, the deluge system is kicking in right now.
9,
10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, ignition.
Yes! Let's go! Ah! Here we go. The race is off. Starship Flight 12 goes clear to the tower. Holy cow. Once again, after 221 days since Flight 11, we are in the air and we see version 3 going into the sky.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
Beautiful. And as you can see, max Q is at 45
All right,
seconds.
we are T plus 30 seconds into flight, seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor 3 engines on booster V3. Ascending over the Gulf now, coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Booster engine, avionics power, telemetry nominal.
All engines ignited.
Systems looking good. We're just passing through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Yes! Look at this view.
A little over a minute into flight now. Vibrations chilling out here at Star Factory as we continue to watch Starship Flight 12 arc out over the Gulf. The next major thing coming up is going to be hot staging.
Booster prop systems nominal.
Reminder, we do what's our version of MECO. Most engines cut off, so we're going to shut down all but 5 of the Raptor engines on the booster.
Amazing.
And then after that happens, we're going to ignite the 6 engines on ship while it is still attached. We have clamps that hold the 2 together. Those are going to retract inside of that hot stage ring, kind of protect them. Looks like we had one of the engines go out, still flying on 32 of the Raptor engines. But again, once we get the hot staging, those 6 engines on the ship are going to ignite. We're going to do it in a little bit different of a sequence on version 3. Essentially, those 3 RVAC engines will ignite first. Almost immediately after, just one of those central engines is going to ignite, and that's going to give the booster a bit of a kick, sending it in a known direction, followed shortly after by the other 2.
Let's go. Come on. Very important. Look at the pattern. That is interesting.
We're through MECO.
Each separation.
Opposite sides, and then you have the asymmetric pattern. That's exactly what we predicted. But this looks...
There you go. Successful hot staging separation.
Look at this view.
We are not seeing as many booster engines ignite as we expected for boost back, but we are seeing 6 good engines lit on ship. It looks like we just had an early boost back shutdown Again, a reminder, the booster was planned to essentially head into the Gulf for a splashdown, but it has shut its engines down early on into boost back.
That's why they didn't want to catch.
And we just see one of the RVACs, so we're now running on 5 engines on ship.
Or is that the booster? That's the booster that's rotating.
We do have engine out capability, so it's going to continue into its ascent.
They have engine out capability.
You got booster on the left there, ship on the right.
Ship avionics power and telemetry nominal.
Again, we're not planning on bringing the booster back for this flight, as this was the very first time. All right, so we're about 3 minutes, 50 seconds into today's flight. Just a reminder that the ship planned to burn its engines for about 8 minutes and change. About 8 minutes and 11 seconds was our planned timeline for today. That could shift slightly, as we do have one engine out, running on 1 fewer RVACs.
They have engine out capability on the ship. Let that sink in.
Again, continuing to watch. So booster did not complete its boost back burn. We did not see all of the engines ignite that we expected. Are continuing to get some views from it, though. That's going to make a splashdown somewhere in the Gulf. Reminder, we clear air, sea space, everything for these launches.
Whoa, look at those views. It's still absolutely mind-boggling that SpaceX can do 4K.
All right, so we are coming up on T plus 5 minutes. Ship continuing to fire 5 of the 6.
I'm wondering how that's about isometric thrust.
Standing by for callouts, making sure ship's on its planned trajectory. Again, we are planning a suborbital trajectory for the ship today.
Ship on its planned trajectory. That's all we wanted to hear.
Booster giving us some views as it continues to make its way back down towards the water.
Oh, here it comes.
All right, so a little over 5.5 minutes in flight. Kate, Jake, you guys with me? It looks like booster's starting to come in hot.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to stand outside to watch launch, and wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, that was really loud, really shaky, and I was actually surprised how fast the booster got off the pad, or the whole stack. That was quite incredible.
Absolutely. So we have views here from the booster coming back down, making its way into the Gulf. Pretty cool to see.
We have healthy chamber pressures on 5 out of 6 ship Raptor engines.
Great news there for Starship.
They have a burn. Ooh.
Once again, we were not going to bring the super heavy booster back to the tower. We were planning on having it land in the Gulf.
We did see an engine ignition. Yep, there is still one engine is still shown as ignited.
And it looks like the booster ended its mission there in the Gulf, but we've got a ship still flying. Great to see that. Still have 5 out of 6 engines there on S39.
Yes, we also heard good chamber pressures as well on those engines that are lit. We do have engine out capability. We do see that we have one of the RVAC, one of the Raptor vacuum engines that is currently out, but that's okay. Ship is continuing on. Amazing views of planet Earth there in the background.
After this,
I love the S39 decal there. That just gives the ship a little bit of character. And again, all these great views brought to you by Starlink, of course.
As we reach Seco, these RVACs, the engines with the large engine bells on the outside, are not going to be used anymore.
Yep.
So if it
obligatory shout out to the entire Starship avionics, camera, electronics team. Did a whole lot of work to get these upgraded cameras. Wow. A look inside of the ship skirt, you can see those 3 center engines ignited. The RVACs continuing to fire as well. We did see at least a couple engines fire up on booster for that landing burn before we lost contact with it. We should have just a little over 20 seconds to go. We'll see if the burn extends a little bit. For the engine out, essentially you can run your engines a little bit longer or throttle up a little bit more to account for the one engine not being lit. So right now we are standing by for SECO.
Come on, almost. A little longer there because they lost one engine. That was to be expected. No.
And again, we are continuing to go a little bit longer.
It's still accelerating, so the engines are still on, even though we don't have the engine diagram anymore. They're accelerating, so the engines are still burning. We have
5 engines still burning on ship.
Kind of looks like it's traveling sideways. Oof. Still have the engines burning.
You're coming up on T plus 9 minutes.
If they can't shut these engines off, they will end up in an orbit, which would not be good. Because they've been actively changing its trajectory now.
And starting to see shutdown.
Center engine's still going.
RVACs have shut down. Sea levels are shut down.
Okay. Okay. So we have... Okay.
Seeing if we can get an update on the ship orbit insertion. But we have shut down again. We did run longer as we were engine out. We were flying with 5 of those 6 Raptors pretty much the whole time.
Ship FTS is saved.
What's the status? What's the flight path? Come on.
All right, well, we definitely got a ship in space right now.
Yes. Raptor 3 ignition seems to have been the biggest problem so far, on the booster and on the ship. Flaps, the reason why this camera is turning is because the flap is moving.
As you can see, the teams are incredibly excited to see Starship there in space. We are awaiting the call out of nominal insertion, so we're going to stand by for that. We can see the flaps moving here, actuating. But wow, the cheers here in the lobby are certainly almost as loud as liftoff was.
Yeah. Man, a lot of action going on. And, you know, we said at the top of the show, excitement guaranteed. And we're only 11 minutes in. We still have a lot more to go here on the mission today. So all objectives are done on the booster. So now all eyes are on the ship as we get ready for our in-space objectives.
Exactly. So like I said, we're still standing by to hear the call out for nominal orbital insertion, but we've got a few minutes before the next milestone. So we're going to continue. We've got some amazing views here of the ship. Wow, it's just that this is our planet. This is our home.
You can already see them running test programs there. The flap actuation was likely a test program that was running just to check.
As a reminder, the objectives for ship today not only included the separation that we saw, but we're also planning to deploy 20 Starlink simulator satellites, as well as 2 Dodger Dog satellites. That's what our internal teams refer to as our newer satellites. We saw a preview of those earlier. We should see those deployments here in a little bit. We're also hoping to perform a relight of a Raptor engine as well.
Yep, that's exactly right. And the relight will look a little bit different this time. We're hoping to get a little bit of a longer duration. Of course, we got to see once we get there. And that relight won't actually be changing our orbit necessarily, but we're doing it more so as a technology demonstration.
I am so proud of Jordan Guidry right now. If you can hear me, Jordan, that picture was absolutely amazing. I just wanted to, there you go. He was on the helicopter in the SPI helicopter for the launch, and this is
for those of you that maybe just recently tuned in, you missed a pretty exciting almost 13 minutes. We had a liftoff pretty much on time, almost right exactly at 5:30 p.m. We did have a brief hold at the T-minus 40-second period, but we were able to proceed through that, and we saw a gorgeous liftoff. Jake and I were able to stand outside and witness that with all of our colleagues, and what a moment. I'll tell you what, it is a heck of a lot louder out here than it was at Ad Astra.
Absolutely. And a couple things I noticed on the way uphill today on the ship. So obviously it looks like we lost one of the RVACs on the way, but that is a good way to demonstrate our potential engine out capability there. So
exactly.
I think we actually saw the 3 gimbaling engines kind of gimbal over a little bit to compensate for that offset and thrust. So that was really cool. That's something I know the team's been, we've analyzed that since Flight 1 all the way back. So it's something that we've thought about quite a bit, and it was kind of cool to see it in action in real life today.
Yeah, absolutely. If you couldn't tell, Jake is on the Raptor team.
Yeah. But one non-Raptor thing I noticed also back on the when we had the shot of the aft flaps, it's a little weird. We have tiles on the leeward side, so not on the side where we're going to see heating. And you might be asking, why are we putting tiles there? I had the same question actually. So I talked to some of our heat shield engineers the other day, and we're actually running. Yeah, here's the shot right here. Great. So the fact that we're seeing all these tiles still on the flap right now is really good, because that actually was one of our experiments where we wanted to test different connection methods on the way uphill on ship, so actually ascent. So it looks like most, if not all, the tiles are still hanging on there, so that's actually a really good data point.
Looks pretty good to me. Now, once again, this view is from the side of Starship, which is basically the second stage of the Starship vehicle as a whole. This is one of the flaps on the vehicle that helps to control its position and attitude as it is orbiting, and also helps to control during reentry as well. That's a critical phase. I mentioned earlier that we're hoping to deploy those Starlink satellite simulators, as well as perform an in-space relight of a Raptor engine. If all of that goes well, we will be targeting a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We heard from Suren on the recovery team a little bit earlier. They are standing by waiting to receive the ship that we see here.
We still have not heard about...
All right, let's send it upstairs. Dan, how's it looking?
Hey guys, we are looking good. It does look like we are within bounds of what we analyzed if we were down one of our RVAC engines, so I wouldn't call it nominal orbital insertion, but we're on a trajectory that we had analyzed, and it's within bounds. So team's continuing to work through it with that engine out. They're working through some steps on the engines. We probably will end up skipping the Raptor relight for today, but it sounds like we should still be on for payload deploy, at least at this time. So very dynamic moments right here with the ship, but we do have it in space. It is on a trajectory now, headed towards the other side of the planet, and then a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. It's going to start to get darker. We're heading into an orbital sunset, so we're gonna have darkness for a little bit, and then it'll brighten up once we're on the other side of the planet, and hopefully looking at some good daylight when we re-enter into the Indian Ocean.
So the venting you can see there, by the way, is excess propellant. Don't worry about it. This is nominal. The blue shine you see from the other thrusters above is actually RCS. That's the system that controls the attitude of the ship. It seems they are in a shallow trajectory right now. That's what I heard out of this, and that's why they are going to skip the engine relight, because the engine relight makes it even shallower. And you do not want that if you're coming short anyway. That's likely the reason why they're skipping the engine relight. But he said we should be good.
So we're a little over 17 minutes into flight. If you're just now catching up with us, we did see a liftoff right at the top of our window. Super Heavy getting off the pad, initially lighting all 33 of those Raptor engines, got through a successful hot staging. Initially lit 6 engines on ship, had 1 RVAC go out on the way uphill, but still able to make it into space. And right now we're trying to see if we are going to get into payload deploy still.
Yeah, that's what we're
coming up right on the part of the timeline when we were expecting it. You look inside a Starship there.
Shift a little bit.
I see a door opening.
Payload door opening. Okay, so here comes the part.
Looks like Hal didn't wait. Pez door is open. Just a reminder, we've got 22 deployables in the payload bay today. 20 of those Starlink mass simulators, and then 2 are Dodger dogs, so we like to call them internally, sitting up their modified V2 Starlink satellites. Those are going to be testing a bunch of components that we're planning to fly on Starlink V3, and we've also got them outfitted with a number of cameras for another tech demo that we're trying out on this flight. We definitely are looking for a way that we can look at Starship's heat shield while it's still in space. You can kind of only see so much from the cameras and the flaps. You can't see everything kind of on the underbelly, and one of the only ways you can do that is if you got something else flying near it. So we're going to attempt to, our final 2 satellites going out the door have a suite of cameras on them that are going to be looking back at the ship. We're going to be in nighttime, and so we've got, sounds like we're getting into payload deploy. We'll be in nighttime. They've got some powerful flashlights on them to try and illuminate the ship's heat shield while we fly away from it. So, we see some Pez motion.
Here you go.
Pew, pew.
Pew, pew, indeed. Cleanly not touching anything, any payload door as well. It's going out like this. That was a problem in the beginning as well.
2 down, 20 to go.
I got the timer.
As a reminder, that's one of the things that we upgraded in version 3, kind of gave a little soup up to the Pez dispensers, so those satellites going to move out a little bit quicker than they did on previous Starship flight tests.
Yes.
So first 2 out the door, 2 more on their way out.
Come on. There you go. Very nice. And very important for SpaceX. Very important for SpaceX.
All right, 4 down, 18 to go.
Very nice. And that can likely be sped up.
Flexing my basic math skills here today. Again, the majority of this stack, 20 of these 22 satellites, they're essentially just mass simulators, so they're roughly the same size as those Starlink V3 sats that we're hoping to fly later this year.
Very nice. This looks very good.
And from this top-down view, so you're looking down at the stack, those 2 satellites you see on the very top, that they'll look very different. They've got solar arrays. They've got a bunch of other deployables on them that we're going to be testing out that are going to be V3 tech, and they've got 3 engineering cameras and then 1 other camera that's hopefully going to be giving us some views of Starship in space. But we will see how that works. Again, this very much a tech demo. We're going to deploy those. The satellite's going to kind of try and turn everything on, look back at Starship, and the primary reason we're trying to do this is to get some views of the heat shield.
2 minutes, 50 seconds.
2 more out the door.
2 more out the door, and I think that counts, or that comes up to 8 total.
As you can tell, the teams are stoked to see this demonstration happening. It's pretty incredible to see this happening live from space. Now, as we noted earlier in the show, but worth repeating, this Starship, version 3, is built to deploy up to 60 of Starlink's more advanced V3 satellites. Everything's V3. Designed to offer 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity per satellite. Now, that is 20 times more than each Falcon 9 does today. Incredible.
All right, I think that's number 10 going out the door. Yeah, there it goes.
I'm so happy that they're able to do this.
So yeah, the camera view you have on your
there.
left screen there is basically right at the bottom of the payload volume. So the kind of dome-shaped structure you see there that's actually the top of the fuel tank.
Then the camera view that you have on the right is an external camera that we have positioned so that you can see basically the light through the open Pez dispenser door that you see. That's that sliver of light. We can see the Starlinks here deploying as each one comes through.
Beautiful to watch. And it works
As we
so much
mentioned,
better
we
than the
have
first
20
version.
of these Starlink simulator satellites, and then we have 2 of these specially modified, as we call them, Dodger dogs here around here. Those, as Dan mentioned earlier, they have some V3 tech on them, some solar arrays, and those will be the last 2 that will be deployed today.
Yeah, that's right. And seeing this, as I think Dan called them turbocharged or supercharged Pez dispenser, it's definitely coming out much faster than our previous flights. So that is really good to see. Yeah, look at that.
Beautiful.
And especially once we, fill Starship up all the way with around 60 or so of these Starlinks, being able to deploy them fairly expediently, is going to be important for designing the overall mission profile.
Yeah. Now, fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables lots of unprecedented views, both from space, as we see here, and on Earth. In addition to the dozens of cameras on Starship itself, we also have mobile Starlink camera kits deployed in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, Starlink also connects our aerial cinematography units on the ground at Starbase and at other strategic camera spots around Texas.
It's all part of how it all comes together to tell the incredible story of Starship both on and off planet.
Yep.
All right, we're getting low
That's
on
the
the
two Dodger
stack. It
dogs.
looks like we got 2 more of those simulators to go out, and then it will be time for our Dodger Dogs, those modified Starlink satellites. Just a couple of updates while we continue to watch Payload deploy. Did get confirmation we're going to be skipping that relight of the Raptor engine, just due to everything that we saw on the way uphill. Those sea-level engines, we're going to use them for a landing burn, though. They are still capable to be used for that. So we'll still look to do a controlled landing in the Gulf, but no in-space relight.
I'm so looking
All right, I
forward
think
to the
that's
camera
19 and 20
and the
headed
Dodger
out the
dogs.
door.
We're at 7 minutes and 11 seconds for the dummies deployed.
Coming up are our Dodger Dogs. So these are modified
7-11.
E2 Starlink satellites. We do have a number of cameras on these that are going to attempt to look back at Starship. We're not going to get this video in real time, but we're going to try and turn it around if we do get some video down. So don't worry, if we get views of Starship from these satellites, we will be sharing.
Come on, Dodger Dogs, do your stuff.
These will be exciting because, again, they're really a tech demo, getting our chance to test out some of the technologies for version 3.
There you go. There you go.
All right, I think that's 18 and 20. My basic math skills are failing now. All right, here we go.
Okay. So that was 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Okay, come on. Come on.
We're standing by for Starship, basically to serve the first Dodger dogs to low Earth orbit.
True. And here they go. So come on, let's give us some views. Give us some views.
One out the door. And from this view, you can kind of see on the right side of the satellite, you see some bright white spots. Those are our flashlights. Beneath them, the camera is going to attempt to look back and image Starship's heat shield as it flies slowly away from the vehicle.
It doesn't.
And there it goes. Let there be light.
Yeah, it almost looks like the light is just shining right at us there.
If you couldn't tell,
9 minutes and
we're pretty
20 seconds.
excited.
Yeah.
I didn't even look at it.
It is always sunny in space.
Always sunny in space, and that looks like an empty payload bay. So
Sure does.
That's exactly what you want to see there. That's great. So yeah, with payload deploy complete. Oh, you can see the door closing there. All right, there we go. So yeah, with payload deploy complete, Starship will now close its... Starship, we closed the payload door, and we're going to continue to coast around Earth all the way to the Indian Ocean. So still a lot of major events to come today. Sounds like we're not going to hit that Raptor relight based on what Dan was saying, but after that, of course, we'll have the atmospheric reentry and splashdown. And with that, we're going to go on another quick coast.
So sit tight, enjoy some amazing space views and the space jams, of course. And we'll be back in a few minutes for Raptor relight, or excuse me, not for the relight, but we'll be standing by for atmospheric reentry.
Wow. Okay, so we saw a lot of stuff here. I will have, it'll take me some time to decipher all of this for the upcoming episode, which I hope is going to come tomorrow. Excuse me if it comes on Sunday, because this was a lot of stuff that is off-nominal. So the booster had a lot of trouble with its engines, as it seems. It had one engine not igniting on the way up, which wouldn't have been a big problem. But then as soon as hot staging happened, we had problems with the engines. Engine relights seem to be a problem on this booster design, on this engine design. Whatever it is, SpaceX will need to figure it out. But the ship had at least one engine that didn't, it initially ignited, but then it shut off. So we'll have to wait for SpaceX's confirmation or not what the problem was there. And now we see them do some more test programs on their flaps. They should theoretically also want to rotate the Starship right now, because those Dodger dogs, as they called their camera Starlink satellites, I think we're already seeing a slight spin there. It'll need to rotate for those satellites to be able to see the heat shield. So we can very much look forward to that. It's incredible what SpaceX is doing there. It took them 9 minutes and 20 seconds. I noted it down to deploy all the 22 satellites, and it took them 8 minutes and 8 seconds to deploy the 20 dummy satellites. That is way quicker than anything they have done deployment-wise on Starships before. So they've massively improved the PEZ dispenser mechanism. They improved the door. They improved the dispense mechanism itself, because you could see as the dispense mechanism released the satellites, you could see there was no momentum transferred from the ship, from the release mechanism to the satellite, which is super important. It just needs to, completely without any momentum into no movement, no rotational movement into any direction as it's being released is very, very important, because you have this slit-like payload door, and it needs to go through that, and it needs to be on its course, especially when you deploy dozens of these satellites. That's pretty important. And so they fixed that as well. There is no momentum being transferred over from the PEZ dispenser to the satellite, which is really, really cool to see. They were very, very happy with the grid fin, not grid fin. with the Heatshield tests that they have, and it was nice to hear that these tests were largely focused on the ascent. And not on the re-entry. That was one question mark that I had personally, is what are they exactly testing? During which phase of the flight do they want to collect most of the data? And it seems like all those test tiles, at least on the flaps, were meant for ascent. They used different attachment methods. So one patch of tiles had this attachment method, another patch of tiles had another attachment method, and they just want to see which tiles stay on. And they were very happy to report that mostly all the tiles stayed on, which is great to see. So that's a successful test and lots of data. And now it goes, I really, really hope that we're going to see some visuals from one of those Dodger Dog satellites, as it is actually. Yeah, they have to kind of open. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, we're just standing by. This is so far. I'm very, very happy that they got it on a trajectory. As I said before, it looks like it's a shallow trajectory. That's why they're skipping the engine relight. I'm pretty sure about that, because the engine relight is into the flight direction. It is a simulated deorbit burn, and so it slightly decelerates the rocket. And you do not want to decelerate the Starship if it's already on a shallow trajectory, meaning it'll splash down further out in the ocean, which in return, as I realize right now, will probably derive us of any splashdown footage from the ground, because those buoys that we saw them deploy earlier with this wonderful transmission from the Indian Ocean made possible by Starlink, they made sure to mention that all the time, which is absolutely deserved, because it is a capability, even though we have it now thanks to Starlink. That was something that was very difficult to do before Starlink. You had satellite phones and stuff like that, but stable connections were a problem. And now they just have broadband everywhere they go, which is insane and really, really cool. But this might mean that that the Starship is not going to land where they expected it to, which Dan, you had already kind of mentioned there. And so it might be that we're not going to see any buoy footage this time, but we're going to see the Starship transmit data all the way to the splashdown, and they normally do. And so we should see the entire re-entry and everything, and the Starship approaching the ocean, if it works out as planned. Right now, I'm seriously wondering what we're seeing there. These waves of colors. This picture, the image, it's so mean. Jonathan is doing this in the background. He's switching camera views, and he's always like for a few seconds showing this image that Jordan was able to capture on the helicopter. Look at this image. Jordan is our main photographer, our lead photographer at Starbase, and you know him if you've watched episodes. He takes the majority of all the images we use, and he had the opportunity and the chance to be on the helicopter while the Starship launched. And anybody who's ever taken pictures from a flying helicopter knows that that's difficult. Anybody who's ever taken a picture of a rocket launch knows that that's even more difficult, and combined it is very difficult. And then seeing this as a result, I'm just absolutely in heaven right now. All the supporters are going to get the full gallery, trust me, as quick as you can. And we're, of course, also going to show this on episodes. I'm still wondering what that vapor is. What this color is passing by. Anybody have an explanation on that? Yeah, the picture is very crisp. Exactly. Somebody just said it in the chat. And it is stupidly hard to take pictures from a helicopter that are in... Oh. He took this from a helicopter with a telelens and a converter in between. So he probably did this at 1200 millimeters focal length. And it is absolutely insanely difficult to do this. And I'm so proud of you, Jordan. If you can hear me right now, Jordan, I am seriously proud of you. Switch back to the stream. We're going to go over these images, but Jordan, I am so proud of you right now. This is absolutely amazing. It's going to be fun. Oh man. Anybody have an explanation on these colors swooshing by there? I can't really make my head up. Could be. It could be the thrusters from the demonstration satellites. Only thing I was
I
coming
mean,
up with.
the
as well.
grain definitely is from the cameras.
Yeah, of course.
Which
I
is,
meant
of course,
those colorful sweeps. So this is footage from the satellite as it comes out of the payload bay. Look at this. This is absolutely incredible. Can you turn on
Wow.
SpaceX's audio again real quick? I don't hear SpaceX's audio. This is absolutely amazing. Fantastic stuff. That is SpaceX's presentation. These are pictures you do. There's music, I know, and that might even demonetize us. But SpaceX is really good at using music that doesn't need no license-free music. Look at this footage. I hope that they're going to release more clips of this.
We're going to roll that back again. Again, this is a view from one of those satellites as we deployed. It looks like this was from the last one out. Flashlight turning on, taking a look at Starship in space. The way this system is set up is the satellites are essentially recording it, then making contact with our Starlink constellation, and then transferring that video back down to us on the ground.
You see no momentum. That satellite is coming out in a straight line, and
that's a Starship in space.
That's a Starship in space.
So aside from just being really cool, this was our test to try and develop a free flyer that we could fire outside of Starship's payload bay, look back at it, and then do essentially a pirouette with Starship to get a look at the heat shield, where it's going to be really important when we start bringing these things back for a catch, which we are hopefully doing in the not too distant future, as they are intended to be fully reusable. But this will give us an opportunity to look at the heat shield while Starship is still in space. So there was a glimpse. We'll see if we get any more video down from those satellites. But I mean, that's one we've been chasing for a while. So really cool to see it come to fruition here on Flight 12.
Yes.
All right. Coming up on 40 minutes into the flight, and we should start hitting the reentry period in the next 7 minutes or so. You'll start to see a light show building up. As we had talked about, we did skip that on-orbit relight of the Raptor engine. It was not needed for our trajectory or anything. We are on this suborbital trajectory to splash down in the Indian Ocean.
It's Africa.
We are going to attempt a landing burn. We'll see how they perform when we get there. And just a reminder, we are going to be stressing the ship on the way in. We're going to intentionally do a maneuver where we're going to kind of pitch the nose up and deploy those bottom flaps to really put a lot of pressure on them. So we'll see how it does through that maneuver, and then we'll be doing kind of a final banking turn before we get to a landing burn. So all that coming up in a few minutes. The light show should start beginning real soon.
It should. So what we saw there and still see there on the ground is likely the light of cities on the planet itself. So that should be Africa, Madagascar coming up there shortly. And as you can see, or not, this could already be plasma building up. I'm still kind of confused by the light show going on, by the colorful waves passing by and things like that. I've read the chat, so there were some nice explanations in there, but I'm really curious to see what it actually was. But the next thing we're going to see is the ionized plasma building up further and further, and the Starship actually re-entering the atmosphere. And as a fun fact on the side, this isn't friction heating that you're seeing. It's actually pressure, the pressure wave in front of the Starship. The Starship pushes the air in front of it, and that compresses the air so much that it starts getting hot. And that is the re-entry heat. So it is not, there's a common mistake that people think it's just, if you go through the air really fast, you'll get friction heat from the air. But that's largely not the re-entry heat. The re-entry heat actually comes from compression of that air, and that heats it up, and that creates a lot of heat. And that's what SpaceX is fighting against with Starships re-entering the atmosphere. And it is the toughest thing that SpaceX needs to solve right now. The by far toughest thing for SpaceX is that reusable re-entry of an upper stage. And we're going to witness it once more. So what we've learned so far is that version 3 needs more upgrades. It needs engine light and engine relight improvements, especially on the booster. We'll have to wait and see what that actually is, if it's the fuel manifold or if it's the engines themselves. So, and that's what I meant with, like, every time somebody asks me a question on where I see Starship in the next 2, 3, 5, XYZ, 10 flights, and so on and so forth, it's almost impossible to say before a flight. Now I can draw the conclusion that version 3 is an improvement. As you can see, it's done faster payload deploy, and it's done the test tile experiments were perfect, and we're hopefully going to see it re-enter the atmosphere with a largely undamaged heat shield. But as you can see, there were still engine problems, and those need to be improved. And that's why SpaceX does this testing. The glow you see there is definitely ionized plasma now. This is re-entry glow building up, and it's going to, I think it is still nighttime where it lands. Please do correct me, but I do think it's still nighttime where it lands. Might be early morning time. But yeah, this is re-entry plasma heating up, and hopefully we're not going to see any. Here it goes. We're hopefully not going to see any tiles fly away. So look out for sparks. Any sort of sparks are not really good. Any sparking means ablation, and ablation is something that is not really reusable. SpaceX's goal is to produce a heat shield that does not ablate, and you can easily tell every time you see a spark flying. That's not so good. That means any sort of material was just ejected, and you do not want to eject material from a heat shield that you want to immediately reuse after a flight. That's the goal. So look out for sparks, look out for any tiles flying away or flaps falling off. Things like that. We've seen all of it before, so this wouldn't be a new thing. But if you don't see it, you know that heat shield is a massive improvement. That's how we'll be able to tell. So far, I don't see anything. So far, everything looks extremely, extremely good. If we have any audio from SpaceX, please put it on again. No, nothing? Okay. So we're still just hearing music play in the background in the SpaceX live stream, and as soon as they start talking again, we'll have them up again. So far, this heat shield looks fantastic. I can't say anything else. We don't see any light coming through in the hinge areas as well. That is where you see one flap right now, and this is an aft flap, and you see the hull in the foreground. You see the hull coming down, and then the flap coming out of that hull. And in that gap between the hull and the flap, if you see any light coming through there, that's a bad sign as well. You want these flap areas the hinge areas to seal, and so far it does. And that's all new. This is massive improvement. I think I've never seen a Starship re-enter that nicely. This looks very good, and it is the toughest thing to solve. So if this heat shield is a massive improvement, everything else is shadowed by it. This would be seeing an improvement on the heat shield is the most important part. Everything else is just testing and flying, and the heat shield is finding the solution, and it looks fantastic. I can't say anything else. It looks fantastic. I have never seen. Still, I know it's very high up still, but at this stage, you could normally already see problems, at least sparks. And I don't see anything. I don't see anything. In the background, if you want to, you can come on as well here. You don't have to talk to me in the background. Go ahead, come on. I do not see any sparks, which is the nicest thing.
Timeline-wise, we are still a bit before the actual re-entry, but we don't know how all the attitude has changed now with all the outages.
This is definitely plasma.
I would be pretty careful with
yeah,
timeline.
Sure.
This is definitely plasma, though. This is absolutely re-entry. It's the upper atmosphere still, of course, but as I remember, and I've seen this quite a few times now, normally I'm, of course, going to do the direct comparison to other flights, and right now that's kind of difficult because I don't have the other flights in front of me, but this looks better. You tell me, everybody else.
I still be careful, but looks pretty
Yeah,
good
I'm
so
not
far.
trying to jinx it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm
Fingers
not.
crossed.
I'm not trying to jinx anything here. But that would be the most massive improvement. If we see real improvement on that heat shield.
There was a spark.
Few sparks, exactly. That's what we're looking for. So if we'll see a massive improvement on this heat shield, that would be the best thing for SpaceX, because that is the toughest thing to crack for them right now. Absolutely is.
So it should be roughly 6 in the morning where we're supposed to land, but it might land a bit earlier.
Hours. Yep.
So depending on how shallow the trajectory is, there might be light or there might not be light.
Yeah, we'll see. So far, it looks really good. And and another thing is that we're even watching this is incredible. For anybody who doesn't know or who thinks this is normal right now, this is not normal. Normally, during this time of a re-entry phase, it's called the... Yep.
Satellites just shortly after deployment. And as you may have seen, we got some sweet views of those sats looking back at the ship. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, those views were incredible.
Now, as you see on your screen, currently the ship is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. This is the plasma starting to build up on the exterior of the vehicle. Now, we do not plan to recover the spacecraft today, but rapid and reliable reusability is the ultimate goal.
Yeah, that's right. And re-entry is a critical phase of flight, and we need information on how the ship's systems perform. Re-entry is an extremely demanding portion of flight where we essentially have to scrub all of the energy we use to launch the rocket back off in reverse. So the 18 million pounds of thrust that we had off 33 of those Raptor engines.
Just a little.
Just a little. We're now, and then another, several minute burn on the ship. We're now basically undoing all that energy here via aerodynamic braking, essentially. And of course, Starlink is a big part of it, as that's what allows us to actually gather this data and show these live views. And again, the data gathering is really the main reason why we're doing these flight tests. So Starlink provides us just one more path to collect that data that ultimately allows us to rapidly iterate Starship's design.
Now, if ship manages to make it all the way through re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at these hypersonic speeds, which is basically more than 5 times the speed of sound. Now, we do anticipate that it might be a little bit of a spicy re-entry, so we'll see how far we get. Re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, roughly 8 kilometers per second, or for those of us that think in other units, roughly 5 miles per second. At those speeds, the spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere, and it creates that plasma field that we saw forming around the vehicle.
Yeah, and although the plasma looks really cool, it does distort some communication frequencies. So it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication.
This looks fantastic.
Of course, thinking long-term here, Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. That's why we're going with the propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. Propulsive landing, not only, again, is it more cool, but it enables a more rapidly reusable rocket.
Yeah. Now, we should hear some call-outs as the ship makes its way back to Earth. When we hear entry max heating and entry max Q, that means the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic loads that it will experience as it returns. So if we make it through those, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah. And you can see in the bottom left right now, we're at 23,500 kilometers per hour speed. That's just a crazy number to think about. But as we keep progressing in the mission, we are going to hear a call out when the ship is transonic and then subsonic. So transonic refers to the period of flight where the velocities of airflow surrounding and flowing past the vehicle are concurrently below, at, and above the speed of sound, kind of in that Mach 0.8 to 1.2 range. And for reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but mostly fly around Mach 0.74 to Mach 0.85.
Way slower. Oh, some sparks.
And after we hear the call out that Starship is transonic, we should hear the call out when Starship is subsonic. This refers to speeds that are much less than the speed of sound, so at this point in the flight, ship's velocity will be slowing down.
We definitely have a crowd still here in the lobby of SpaceX headquarters down here at Starbase, Texas. Everyone is, loves watching ship reentry. It's always such amazing colors. This must be what it feels like to be one of those praying mantis shrimp or mantis shrimp. Can't remember exactly what the name is, but the ones that see and billions of colors. This is the closest I feel to being one of those.
Yep. I think one other thing that's cool to point out right now is look in the bottom right. You can see where we are on a globe there. We're squarely in the Indian Ocean already, and we've only been flying for 53 minutes. Yeah. So pretty crazy. We went all the way from Texas to the Indian Ocean in less than an hour.
Yeah. She flies pretty fast.
She flies very fast.
Yep. And that's the biggest problem right now. You want to get it down to zero again. It still looks extremely good in my opinion. We've seen some sparks.
All right, so the light show continuing. We are through the period of peak heating, and we'll be looking at the peak pressure coming up in the next couple of minutes. The next 10 minutes are probably going to be the spiciest of entry today. As a reminder, we are going to be doing some stress work on this ship, where we're going to do a maneuver where we kind of kick the nose up to fully deploy those aft flaps to really get a good test of the structural strength of that part of the ship. We did that on one previous flight test on version 2. We're going to try and do that today. Since we did skip the in-space burn, we're carrying a little bit of extra propellant in our header tanks up in the nose. And so that's going to put a little bit of extra stress on those forward flaps as we come in. So we will see if they're able to hold through that reentry. So that will be another watch item. We did skip that in-space burn, but we are expecting at least 2 of those sea-level engines to try and ignite for a landing burn. We entered the entry period in a good attitude, so hopefully making our way to the targeted splashdown point. We've got that Starship recovery team standing by, and we should be about 10 minutes away from splashdown. So a lot of excitement over the next couple of minutes. Kate and Jake, let's see how Starship holds up on the way in.
Yeah, and we just heard on the nets there that engine chill has started. So essentially what that means is we are prepping the landing engines by getting them down to temperature ahead of that landing burn later in the mission here. Every time you see these clouds.
And on a lot of our previous flight tests, we've been removing a bunch of the tiles. If you've watched those, we were really intentionally trying to push ship beyond its limits. On the last flight, we even had basically a hole get punched into the liquid oxygen tank that you could see when we did the landing burn into the ocean, and this ship was still able to make it. But right now, we're really going to be testing the structural strength of these flaps on the way in. Again, this is a flight test. We're trying to intentionally find where our limits are. And in this view, you're looking at a whole bunch of tiles. I think Jake talked about it earlier. We bonded some additional tiles to the leeward, or kind of the metal side of Starship, to see how those different bonding techniques would hold up. And looking like we've got quite a bit still attached.
It's rapidly decelerating.
Yeah, and as we're going down through the atmosphere here, we are at about Mach 16.1. So still extremely fast, although we have, scrubbed off a substantial amount of our speed already. Altitude at a little less than 60 kilometers.
So Anthony Lozego just sent in a super chat. First of all, thank you very much, and I'm going to answer this real quick. That's, of course, depends a lot on how much further the re-entry point is. If it's a couple of 100 miles, they will not be able to move. If it's just a few miles, they might, but
away from our targeted landing and splashdown time. Again, this is when the ship's going to start really
ship
getting
is approaching
the
the end of the peak heating region.
Okay, so this is
just heard the call out, getting to the end of the peak heating. So the highest temperature the Starship's going to see during its re-entry.
This is so tough for the Starship to survive. And to finish this, they will not be able to relocate the buoys. None of them. So if they would ride the ship to get to the new point and then film it there,
this camera
but if
angle changes as
far,
it is attached to the forward flap on Starship. So we're actually experiencing the articulation of that hardware, helping to steer the ship down for its precise landing in the Indian Ocean.
Yep, that is just a really cool, kind of cool piece of perspective there. I know some people say it makes them a little seasick, but I definitely love it. It makes it feel like you're really riding along with the ship on the way down.
I love it too. We do see
yeah,
some
and
sparks,
aside
but
from
I
just
still think this is
cool,
better than
all these camera views providing just really critical data on how the heat shield, how the flaps themselves are holding up. That's why we've got these in the flaps and then all scattered all around the ship so you can see how they hold up. There's some internal to the vehicle too and we're getting all of this video back via Starlink. Even as we're just enshrouded in plasma, we're able to kind of operate at a high enough frequency to punch through, and that is blue ocean and sunlight you're seeing just beyond the flap. So we are coming down into daylight, hopefully splashing down in the next 6 minutes or so in the Indian Ocean. We've still got a couple of maneuvers lined up where we're going to be really stressing the flaps on the ship. So
ship has passed through the peak heating region. External temperatures are coming down.
Wow, that is incredible news. As Dan mentioned, we were expecting this reentry to be super spicy,
this
but
looks very,
excellent
very good.
news that we're now past that period of peak heating and that now the external temperatures are starting to decrease.
Amazing.
Those heat shield tiles there on the belly of the ship really doing a ton of work to burn off all of that inertia that the vehicle had prior to re-entering the atmosphere.
Yeah, and you can tell by the G meter down on the bottom right that we're starting to pick up a couple more Gs here, so we're definitely entering the thicker part of the atmosphere where we're scrubbing off all that energy, like Kate's saying.
Yeah, this is where the temperature is going down, but the pressure is going up.
Just about 5 minutes or so to go. We're coming up shortly on the maneuver where it's affectionately called the flap slap, where we're going to kind of pitch the nose up on the ship, and you're going to see those aft flaps, the ones in the very bottom, fully deploy.
There you go. Wow.
Ship is at peak dynamic pressure.
Look at the speed at which the ship is doing this.
And we're now at peak pressure.
Maverick
ship
from Top Gun has nothing.
Has started.
Look at this. And they are doing this. This is not normal. This is not going to happen on a normal return. This is stress testing the flaps, structural stress testing. How much force can they take? So if you see a flap fly away, they found the limit. This. If anything happens here now,
looks
this
like
doesn't
it's
mean,
holding.
It looks like it.
Again, the intent of that was to put just a lot of extra stress on those aft flaps. We are expecting the forward ones too to see a little bit of extra stress as we've got a little more propellant in our header tank, so the area right at the very nose of
Ship
Starship.
flap load test is complete.
And we're through that test.
Flew away.
There we go. And we just did that test at Mach 7, just for reference there. So we are still going incredibly fast.
All right, we are just about 3.5 minutes or so away from our targeted landing burn. Again, we're expecting to try and see 2 of these Raptor engines light for the landing burn.
Yes.
Normally we plan for 3, but we're going to give it a try with 2. Hopefully we've got...
The ship is starting the RTLS banking maneuver.
And that right there, so we're starting a banking maneuver, and essentially what that is when we come back to Starbase, or when we plan to come back to Starbase, the trajectory is designed so we'll essentially swing out over the Gulf and do a swoop maneuver to then come back to the towers for catch. And so we are doing that exact same maneuver as we head towards our targeted splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Safety precautions, yep.
Yeah,
Look
that call out there that we heard, RTLS, stands for Return to Launch Site. So definitely a pretty cool thing we're demoing here on the ship. You know, as in the future, we are going to be trying to bring the ship back to the launch site, which is going to be absolutely insane.
Absolutely. But of course, we want to test out these maneuvers, these principles, prior to actually bringing the hardware back to the pad. This is the same reason why we were intentionally not trying to bring the booster back to the pad. So we're trying all these things out in this developmental phase of the vehicle, and really proving what a test flight is.
Absolutely.
Dynamic pressure is coming down.
SpaceX looks
all
at
right,
everything.
We heard there,
even
dynamic
the cracks in the
pressure
black
coming
paint
down,
on the
and
side.
I'd say we're in a pretty good bank right now.
Yeah, executing the power slide. We're about 90 seconds away from our anticipated landing burn. Clouds coming up, pretty sunrise on the other side of the planet.
Starship is subsonic and is on target.
The crowd
So we
here
might
reacting
see
to
buoy
that
footage.
call out, letting us know that we are on target for this precise landing in the Indian Ocean. This will once again be a soft splashdown. We should get some pretty cool views from the recovery team who we chatted with earlier. They are standing by to receive this ship. Once again, this is the first flight of our completely redesigned Starship version 3.
And SpaceX looks at everything. I just
and if you remember the suborbital flights from a few years ago, this is very much the same regime that we're in here. So we're sub 15 kilometers, executing what we call the belly flip maneuver.
Yes, serial number 8, the first belly flop. I remember it well.
It was amazing. So as you can see, there are some cracks in the black paint. That's what I wanted to say. The black paint is thermal protection, of course. And if you want to have something
Some
fully
really
and rapidly
amazing
reusable,
views of the Earth as the ship is coming back home.
even something
Starlink.
simple, even something simple as those cracks in the paint are something SpaceX is going to take a very close look at. It's going to be very interesting.
You can see the aft flap there making minor corrections.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Look at that turn.
There we go. Minor corrections and a full turn.
Wow.
Yeah, Starship doesn't fly like an airplane. It's a lot more like a skydiver. Full belly flop on the way down, using those flaps similar to arms to help change the path of the air over you. Coming up real soon. Again,
2
going for
kilometers.
landing burn, trying to light 2 of these Raptor sea level engines.
Come on, 1.4.
Landing burn startup.
Landing burn startup.
We have 2 engines.
2 engines lit. Successful flip.
Yes!
Buoy can't catch
that is a touchdown. We have a touchdown of the ship. Look at this footage. Please keep it running. Please keep it. Yes! They showed it. Woo! Oh wow! Look at this. Oh, this is so amazing. This is such good footage.
That ball of fire is exactly what we wanted to see for the ship today. As weird as it may sound to hear, but it is the truth.
absolutely wild.
The timer running.
At the beginning of the show,
We're pretty hyped.
Fantastic.
we guaranteed excitement at the beginning of the show, and I'd say Starship delivered.
Absolutely. An incredible day for Starship. That was the first flight of that completely redesigned vehicle. As you can tell, the teams are incredibly proud of what we just saw.
Yeah, V3 definitely showed up. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've pretty happy crowd in the control room behind me, I will say. It's probably the most excited I've seen a lot of people in a really long time. On target landing. Wow. Actually, let's jump over. Hey, Tyler, how's everyone holding up in Hawthorne?
We're having a great time, Dan. Thank you so much. That was another exciting Starship flight in the books, and we hope that you enjoyed those awesome Starlink views. So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees have contributed to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So that wraps it up for us here in Hawthorne. Thank you guys for tuning in. And back to you, Dan.
All right, thanks. So just to recap, we lifted off right at the top of our window, 5:30 p.m. Central Time. We were able to see the booster light 33 of those Raptor engines get off the pad and ascent over the Gulf. Successful hot stage separation. Initially lit 6 of those Raptor engines, lost one of the RVACs on the way uphill, and then the booster didn't complete its full boost back. Its mission ended a little bit early, but landed in the clear area that we had set in advance. Once we were on orbit with ship, we were able to get through our payload deployment, 22 satellites, the 20 simulators, the 2 Dodger dogs, which successfully turned on cameras. We'll see if we got any more views from those. So obviously stick around. Skipped the Raptor relight, but made it through reentry, on target landing in the Indian Ocean. You saw those views. Starship made it. It's been a long time coming. We're really excited to see this vehicle fly. Wow. And there are several more on the way. So that's going to do it for me up here. Send it back down to Kate and Jake and everybody who I hope is at least a little bit excited down in Star Factory.
Oh, yeah, it is absolutely insane down here. We would, of course, want to thank the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents here at Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and, of course, the Australian Space Agency.
Yeah, so
nice.
Honestly, just huge congratulations to all our teammates here at SpaceX and everyone who's supported the Starship mission just in general here. It's been a massive effort, really incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that worked really hard to make things look easy, so shout out to those teams. Now be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and more exciting views that we didn't get to show you on today's live program. I have a feeling we'll see some pretty amazing stuff come from those demonstration satellites that we were able to show some initial footage of. Now, if you're interested in more launch coverage, head on over to our profile on X. We also have SpaceX.com/launches for you to check out for the most up-to-date information. So thanks to all of you for tuning in. We're going to close it out and celebrate with our colleagues. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a great night. We'll see you next time.
It is absolutely amazing. I don't know what you think. We still have 46,000 people watching this right now. I don't know what you think, but I enjoyed this. So this was amazing. As a very impactful, no pun intended, impactful flight for version 3. Very impactful first flight. There is going to be a lot of stuff to be analyzed by SpaceX, and the fun part is SpaceX is already doing it right now. They are very, very likely already knee deep in test data. The show we've seen here today is the reason why everybody is so excited about SpaceX. Yes, there's Rocket Lab. Yes, there's Stoke Space. Yes, there's all the others innovating like crazy right now, but there's no one doing this. Yeah, here's a live view from a launch pad after the flight, which is interesting as well, because this pad will need to endure This pad design will need to endure hourly launches, which is another thing that has never been done before. There are so many things that have never been done before. So traditionally, when everything concludes, everybody runs to their car and leaves as quick as possible. They do the same on launch streams. So real quick, thank you so much for watching with us. It's a pleasure, and I'm already looking forward to the next time we can watch again together. Thank you so much for choosing us. Thank you so much for leaving us a like and considering a subscription and becoming a patron or a channel member or buy yourself a t-shirt. You know the whole deal. We appreciate it very, very much. I am going to spend a lot of time analyzing this flight and presenting it to you in the next video, of course. There is a lot of stuff to analyze here because we had a few problems, largely related to engines, which I am a little bit surprised about. I did not think that Raptor V3 would cause any problems, though I'm not even sure if it was Raptor 3. It could have been anything connected to the Raptor engines as well. We'll have to figure it out, and we'll have to wait for SpaceX to give us some official news, which I'm pretty sure they do. They normally do. And then we're on to the next flight. I sincerely hope that this was a good enough of a flight for them to try to do a ship catch on the next one. But I would also be surprised, because the one component that they really need to have met is a reliable landing spot. They did manage to get the ship back to where they wanted it to be, which is incredible. I did not expect them to. But engines not lighting on the upper stage might be a criteria for them to actually try another flight. We'll have to wait and see. And of course, I'm crossing my fingers as much as you do, because imagine this scenery with a Starship coming back down. That is what we're in for on the first catch, which is going to be absolutely crazy. But I want SpaceX to choose a safe path. So if they can't do it safely, they should better not do it. So we'll have to wait and see what they decide. If you guys still want to come online and talk with me, you're from Jonathan and Cris are both from Europe, so it is very late over there. If you want to hop in, be my guest, and then share a few thoughts hot off the press here, come on in. It is absolutely amazing. So just spill it. What do you think, guys?
You start, Cris.
Okay. First of all, I mean, we saw something that looked like we will have an aborted mission. Things went wrong, and then all of a sudden we just heard, well, we got the engine out capability, no biggie, we just do it with 5 engines. And boy, they did it. I mean, the only thing they didn't do was the relight. They did that on prior flights. It's something that they, of course, will have to do at some point, but they did the big demonstration. We saw this amazing new pass dispenser go in. It's incredible how fast it went and how smooth, how clean it just went. And I really hope we get some more pictures of these spotlight satellites lighting up the Starship from the outside. This is like the one view that we always wanted to see, like the actual vehicle on orbit, filmed from the outside. Amazing.
It is absolutely fantastic. And when you said pictures, I had to think about Jordan's work again. I'm still, Jordan, if you're listening to this, the entire team is incredibly proud of you. This is an accomplishment. I see it, and I can't believe it, because we've tried this a few times, and taking pictures from a helicopter of a rocket launch is extremely hard to do. So, Jordan, you are my personal hero for the day. Shout out to spihelicopters.com. If you ever want to have a similar experience, even without the Starship flying, it is absolutely mesmerizing to fly over Starbase. Go surf spihelicopters.com and check them out. It's absolutely worth it. Yeah.
One thing I just noticed, Captain Fish shot me a message. He's one of our main camera operators, so shout out to Captain Fish. If you look to the gateway to Mars sign.
Crazy.
It's the gateway.
Not that
it's
much
the gateway.
anymore.
It's the gateway sign. They did some redecoration there. It's a funny little side information right there. I didn't see it yet. Thanks for pointing that out. Captain Fish is another one of my personal heroes who doesn't get enough mention, by the way. He's constantly on our live stream, constantly keeping everybody informed and watching the cameras and everything. So shout out to you as well. You don't get enough attention anyway. It's absolutely amazing what we witnessed here today again. I'm always a bit speechless after these launches because I have so much info. I took note while the ship was flying of the important moments, and my whole brain is. If you've done this job for 7 years, you're all about analyzing this, and so my brain is already working on how to word things and what possible reasons could there be for the things that we saw, even without SpaceX confirming it yet. But I'm sure they will give us at least a few confirmations for why things happened. They already did give us a few confirmations, and they're right now looking through the test data themselves. They're probably going to not be so happy with the booster because it not being able to make it back to its programmed touchdown site is not the mission goal for the booster. So the stage 1 team will have to look into what their stage did during this flight. But it's absolutely incredible to see. I did not even know that a Starship upper stage had engine out capability. I was very, very surprised when I heard that, especially because of the asymmetric thrust, which they just compensated for with engine gimbaling. What? Yeah. I didn't know that was even possible. So this is a very interesting thing to see as well. And a very interesting aspect of the entire Starship program, because if you want to have it rapidly reusable, one of the best ways to counter problems that occur when you're rapidly reusing something is to put redundancy in it. And Starship is a rocket that has an incredible amount of redundancy. On the way up, the booster had one engine. It did ignite in the beginning, and then it shut off prematurely. And the rocket doesn't even care about that. Okay, so then it's 32. It doesn't matter. Which is absolutely useful. I still hear people saying, "Oh, how is SpaceX even going to build a rocket with 33 engines? Isn't that insanely complex?" Yes, but if you get it working, it is also very safe because you have 33 engines and you have so much redundancy that you don't even care about an engine out, which is incredible. It doesn't matter. On the upper stage, though, I was very, very surprised. I thought that would have more effect.
I do have the replay.
Hot staging here again. This is very interesting. Yep. You see this pattern with two from the middle ring igniting on opposite sides. I think that was already off. If that was correct telemetry, of course. And then you can see it failing there. I think this is not a nominal pattern of engines relighting. With the
I'm pretty sure
5 engines in the middle ring, this looks very strange because the middle ring doesn't gimbal. Oh, the middle ring does gimbal, but still, that looked off nominal. And then the engines were off entirely. So I think it started, if you go back all the way to the first ignition pattern there with the 3 center engines and then the 2 engines from the middle ring. So you see one engine is off, but that's not a problem. And it shuts down the engines, which is, yep, that's planned. But then this is already strange, in my opinion. I don't know if that's planned, but I would have expected something different.
It definitely doesn't look super planned.
And this whole thing looks like a LED matrix in between. It looks, and it's also, could you go like 5 frames back there where you can see the underside of the booster if the telemetry actually fits to what we can see?
Visually, it looked like they were more burning than
exactly because it doesn't look like it matched up.
Individual frames.
That's, by the way, you're right now live seeing my job. That is exactly what I'm going to do for the next few hours, investigating, writing a script about it, and then recording it so that it can go into editing with my wife, who gets another huge shout out. There you go. Okay, so now let's take a look at this. And then try to stop it where we can see the underside of the booster.
Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit. This already looks different. Okay, so the center engines are lit. The 3 center engines are lit, and then you see in the telemetry, you can see they're not lit. So this is wildly different than what we saw in the telemetry. If you can go like frame by frame, possibly. I don't know how much control you have over this video, but it would be nice.
I got a play button, but I can try to be quick.
A little bit further. Here you go. Yeah, this is wildly different than what we saw in the telemetry data, so we'll have to go frame by frame. Way more engines ignited there. Outer ring has like every other engine's ignited, as it seems, and the middle ring is almost entirely ignited, besides one engine, I think, and the center 3 are firing as well. So it did light way more engines there than what you can see in the telemetry. Way more, but it looks like the outer engines are barely ignited, but that could, of course, also be camera. Yeah, now it looks, and there is an engine flame out Those are engine flameouts. So some of those Raptors had rods. They exploded. That would be my initial theory. Of course, that might change, and SpaceX might say something official, but this does look to me like that, like 1 or 2 engines exploded, and that took the others with it. I think that's the problem that we're seeing here. So 1 or 2 or 3 Raptor engines decided that that was the day for them, and they exploded, and that caused a cascade, and it caused the booster to lose engines. Look at the flames from the upper stage hitting the fuselage of the booster there. Incredible footage. No other launch provider gives us this kind of footage on a launch. With ULA, you're staring at a 3D animation. Look at this.
Yeah, Starlink is just nuts for this.
Yeah, it's crazy. And there you go. That isn't nominal anymore. Those flames shooting out aren't nominal. That is, I think that was, and it still has a few engines lit there, but the pattern is very heavily erratic. Yeah, I think that was an engine that exploded. That would be my initial theory. I don't know if I'm right with it, but yeah. So the booster team will absolutely take a look at that ignition pattern and what happened there, and they'll have to, Booster 20 is going to receive a few updates. I'm pretty sure about that. And it's incredible to see that Booster 20 is already stacked and basically ready for testing, same as Ship 40. So I wouldn't, oh, this looks crazy. That was after engine out. Do you see the engines aren't firing anymore? But you can see the booster is still transmitting footage. And it's so clear and it's so nice, even though it's just a rocket stage shooting through the sky. That is all thanks to Starlink. Thanks to Starlink, thanks to Starlink, thanks to Starlink. It's just absolutely incredible. Really nice camera perspective. Yeah, and it starts tumbling because it doesn't have any control anymore. You see the engine bells wobbling there from the vibrations of them hitting the atmosphere. There is actually on the last launch you see how they deform there, how they start wobbling. On the last launch you could see that that they deformed massively, and then I even heard that the ignition, I did not know that before either, that the ignition of the engines, the reignition, basically pops the bell into shape again after having deformed from re-entry forces. So the stuff a Raptor engine has to, yeah, the stuff a Raptor engine has to go through and after that still work and perform a landing is absolutely nuts. And those are all the difficulties that the engineering team at SpaceX is working through. So every time somebody says, it still hasn't performed, maybe remind them of that. This is an insanely difficult task to master. You see this reflection there, almost looks like something. It is
slow to 25%.
Mm-hmm. You can see the wobbling of the downcomer of the raceway tube there. You can see it wobbling, and it's trying.
Some kind of relight.
Yeah, it's trying to relight its engines there. Absolutely, this is an engine relight. So it didn't completely lose its engines. Another interesting fact. That's the job. You go through it frame by frame. Yeah, this is engine relighting, but not working at all. This is not nominal. This is not nominal.
Nope.
This is not what should happen. And then they're off again, or kind of still firing, I think. Yep, they're still kind of firing.
Speed isn't. Really
there is ignition there, definitely. There is some thrust. Question is how much, because we don't have a diagram at this point. And that's it.
That's it.
End of picture, end of everything, and probably broke apart due to the aerodynamic forces, something like that. So the important part there was that it was still that it was in the trajectory, in the planned exclusion zone, hopefully off the coast of Jamaica or something like that, I would predict. Because it didn't do its boost back, so it flew further down range, and that's exactly what these exclusion zones are for. And that's the reason why Starship hasn't gone to orbit yet either. That is the entire reason. This is the booster you saw there, but if this happens to the Starship and it just re-enters somewhere, you saw South Africa in the trajectory, so it could if something goes wrong and it is in a too shallow trajectory and it re-enters above South Africa with a heat shield and survives that re-entry because it has a heat shield, it is really, really bad for South Africa. And that is why SpaceX has not gone to orbit yet. That's the entire reason why they haven't done that yet, because if they cannot 100% ensure that it is absolutely going to go down as planned, re-enter in a spot that they can predict, they cannot send it to orbit. And that's the entire reason. Not that they couldn't go to orbit. They could just thrust it a moment longer and they'd be in orbit. Look at this. The heat shield looked extremely good. Oh yeah, there were moments. There were moments when we could see it from the outside, just moments though. But those would be super interesting as well. Let's take a look at the heat shield, what it looked like after re-entry. Just give it a moment. Here it comes. This stuff. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. If you can, go a little bit further back. A little bit further back. I know this is pixelated, but this is the first views we get, so this is super interesting. There, it looks beautiful. I've not seen a heat shield that looks this good after re-entry on a Starship. So this is definitely a massive improvement. But you can see cracks in the heat protection paint there, and this is the kind of stuff SpaceX doesn't want to see. That all of this is being they're taking a look at all of it. You see the discoloration in the stainless steel hull there, beautiful. Starships are going to look so beautiful when they're flight proven. So here you go, there you go, that's it. Looks pretty good to me. There aren't any spots where I'd say something's missing. It's hard to tell, of course, because it is pixelated and blurry, but it looks very good to me. There is no spot where maybe on the nose, maybe in the middle of on the nose, there's this one, but it's hard to tell. No, it doesn't look like it's missing tiles. That's just charring from the mineral wool mat that they have in between the tiles. Maybe this looks like charring. Wow, very nice. I'm very happy about this. This is the most difficult part, and the one part where I want to see the most improvement right now is the heat shield, because that's the most difficult one. I'm really thinking no other aspect on the Starship itself will be an engineering problem. The biggest engineering problem for SpaceX is that heat shield, is that reusable heat shield, not a one-time use. That's we've mastered. We've done that many times in spaceflight history. But the reusable heat shield, no heat shield has ever really been reusable, refurbishable. That's the closest we've gotten to it. But if you want to launch them every other hour or every hour, very nice. And it did make it to the buoys. Incredible.
Yeah, the craziest part that they showed the explosion at the end.
Yes.
In a second.
Oh yeah, that's another thing we can absolutely show again. That explosion, by the way, if you don't know much about this, that explosion says nothing. The explosion is just beautiful to look at, because if a Starship gets caught by the tower, it doesn't break apart and explodes. The reason why it explodes is because it hits the water, it cracks, and the remaining propellant that's inside ignites and the Starship explodes. So this is really cool to watch for us fans, but it doesn't mean anything about Starships exploding after landing. Just that said, because there's the heat shield again. This looks really good.
Wow.
This looks really good.
Yep.
This looks very
way
good.
better than what I had on last few ones.
Yep. Very interesting. Haha, beautiful footage. I'm already looking forward to this is a very clear view. Very nice view of the heat shield there. You see the white spots, those are the marker tiles that they had on the side for the inspection, and everything else looks very, very good to me. I mean, of course, it's a blurry picture. SpaceX even has cameras on the inside looking at the hull to see if to look out for glow because steel starts glowing when it gets hot. And so that's another indicator for SpaceX. They have cameras on the inside looking at the hull to see if there's any glow there. Very interesting methods they use to actually analyze, because they can put, yeah, and there it goes. As soon as it hits the water, it explodes. And likely that's fuel from the header tanks even igniting there, because it exploded at the nose.
I mean, they did have more left over this time. So that definitely makes sense.
So that's likely header tanks rupturing, igniting from the inside, exploding, and then spewing out the guts. But this has nothing to say about a catch attempt, because I've seen people talk about this. And then every time it explodes in the end. Yes, it's because it falls over. if a 50-meter tall, 150-ton Starship upper stage falls over, there's a lot of kinetic force involved, and that makes it rupture, and then you have a beautiful explosion. This has this is Mission Impossible.
Beautiful
footage.
indeed.
Wow. Look at this. Very cool. It's like, and they've never shown this before. Every time before they cut out before the explosion, and I'm so happy that they didn't do it this time. That's very, very nice. Because any true Starship fan knows that this has nothing to do with the tech. This is just the explosion for the fans. It is not a bad sign or anything for a catch. So when SpaceX catches a Starship on the tower, it is not going to explode. Cool.
I'm still impressed that we didn't see any fire in the hinges. They just
nothing
kept. They just held.
No, like all the stuff we've seen before. Any hardcore Starship fan knows, like the pieces falling off, the flames eating through the flaps, everything, all the stuff we've seen. This is a massive improvement. I am very impressed with the heat shield, and that's an extremely good sign. And Getaway to Mars is also a funny touch there.
An extremely good sign as well.
It's a really good sign there. Bam! Sign is gone. Okay, I love this. I don't know about everybody who's still watching. We still have 20,000 people. Tell me in the chat, what do you think? Just real quick in 2 or 3 words. How did you like this flight? What's your verdict on Flight 12 in up to 3 words? Come on. Let's hear it. Up to 3 words though. No long text.
Getaway shirt. Yeah, that's a good one.
Getaway shirt. Yeah, that's a good idea. Solid, great, success, Flight 13 date. Yeah, that's a good one. Very nice, very nice. Amaze. Huge fan of Hail Mary, by the way. Ryan Gosling, if you're watching this, you did good. Oh my God, awesome. Mixed, yeah, true. It wasn't a full success. Resilient ship.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
But definitely way better than anything we had with the first 2 flights from V2.
TikTok V4. Yeah, well, like I said before, what about it? Very good 3 words. Thank you. This is good. I got to remember this. I'll do this on the next flight as well. In 3 words, give me your verdict, because you can actually read that. 3 words. You can read it. Yep, there you go, exactly. Some of those I'm not going to say out loud. 8 out of 10, that's good. That's more than 4 words, but I'll take it. That's good. Run it back. Yep. Great flight. First world problems. IPO is saved. Yay! The IPO is saved. What an entrance. Yep.
Booster said no.
Booster said no. Those are all good t-shirt ideas. Thank you very much. Let's do it again. Try again. Exactly. That's the quintessence, is to try again.
Europe is tired is also a good one.
Europe is tired. I totally get it, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking with us. You can already see SpaceX's trucks, Cybertrucks, going for the pad. That's going to be the sign for all the photographers as well, because the road is going to be opened very soon for the public, and then all the photographers rush in to grab the cameras and do the usual, oh my God, I've got the footage. It's a very nice ritual for anybody who has never done rocket photography. That is what the photographers are looking forward to the most. That moment of holding the SD card in their hand. I've heard rocket photographers say before that the last thing they do is going to pass on that SD card. You know, it's like before they die, here is the SD card, deliver it. So that's all the stuff we're looking forward to on the team right now. All the pictures coming in and the videos and the slow motion footage from that Zcam that you're looking through here right now. It captures everything at 4K, 120 FPS. So we're going to get a very nice slow motion view of the launch itself, hopefully, and all this kind of stuff. The team's going to be very busy in the next few days. It's amazing. Thank you so much, SpaceX. If anybody from SpaceX is still watching, thank you so much from everybody. I'm very sure it's absolutely incredible what these guys are doing out there. Mesmerizing. Somebody's driving away from the pad. Why would you do that? All right, I'm going to call it. I have a lot of stuff to do here. Thank you so much for watching with us. If you haven't done so yet, please leave us a like on the door on the way out. It is very important for us. Subscribe to the channel. Consider clicking the join button under this stream to become a member. You will not regret it. We have so many member posts. Your eyes will fall out and you will collect them from the table again when you see how much content we release from members in the background. The team is always busy. And then, of course, look forward to the next episode. I am going to talk about this, that's for sure, in as much detail as I can. And I am very, very much looking forward to Flight 13. And with that, I think I'm going to release the European team because these guys, it's not late over there anymore, right? It's early.
Yeah.
It's just 2. That's
oh man, I'm so happy.
It's but a scratch.
So thank you everybody for watching together with us.
Guys.
It means the world to us. It really does. It's so much appreciated. All right, we're going to leave the stream running for a little bit longer, as we always do, so that you can enjoy the pictures, so that you can soak it in a little bit further. And with that, I think we're signing off from Flight 12. We have a lot of stuff to do, and SpaceX as well.
Bye, everybody.
For the next one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching.